Good morning. Good morning. May I have your attention, please? Good morning and welcome to the Pennsylvania Leadership Conference Breakfast, one of the highlights each year. I'm Colin Hanna from Let Freedom Ring, and I'm delighted to welcome you. Isn't it great to be back at the Pennsylvania Leadership Conference? Before I bring up our first speaker, John Gizzi, I'm going to ask you to pause for just a moment and let us thank God for this day and this opportunity to gather. Lord, we thank you for this day, for this food, for this wonderful time of year. We thank you for recovery. We ask your blessing on the food we're about to eat, those who are about to speak and meet and teach. And we thank you, Lord, for the spirit of public service. We ask you to give our leaders both wisdom and discernment. We thank you for the speakers. We thank you for Loman and his leadership. And Lord, most of all, we thank you for your love. In Christ's name we pray. Amen. Great. Now, our first speaker this morning is the inimitable, absolutely unique John Gizzi, whom you heard a little more about last night when he won the first Frederick Anton Award. Let's commend him again for that. John is at present the Washington correspondent, the White House correspondent for Newsmax. Prior to that, for many years, he was with Human Events. He is truly the dean of White House reporters, which means that with the return of regular White House press briefings, you can expect to see John in the front row, eye to eye, as it were, with the always, shall we say, colorful Jen Psaki. So look forward to seeing John back in the White House briefing room. John has one of the most extraordinary memories in politics, and that's one reason why he is so effective as a correspondent, because he's able to put everything into context. I am not surprised that he would identify with the party of the elephant because he has a memory like an elephant. If you were to ask John about any candidate in any race, in anything from the probably all the way back to the 18th century, although I don't think he goes quite that far back, but his memory does. There isn't a race that you can mention that John doesn't know. He even knows around the world. You could ask him about a Peruvian president in 1962, and John would not only know the margin by which he won, but something about his opponent and possibly a scandal or two. John has that extraordinary memory. So with that expectation, we want to welcome John Gizzi, Newsmax TV, White House correspondent, for a few moments of discussion with us before we bring up Paul Kenger to talk about the future of the conservative movement. Please welcome John Gizzi.
Thank you very much, Colin. You know, listening to Colin's marvelous introduction, all I have to say is I just wish somehow that two people who meant a lot to me could be here this morning to hear it. My mother and father, who were married 69 years. I think if they heard those words, my mother would be impressed and my father would be amazed. So thank you, Colin. Colin is an old friend of mine. It's not that I've known him that long, but he is my friend and he is old. So I'm glad that thank you. I'm glad he's here today. Well, once again, Loman has been kind enough to put up the timer up there. And all I can say this morning is, as Elizabeth Taylor said to the late Senator John Warner when he became her sixth husband, I won't keep you long. Well, Charles Evans Hughes, who was Chief Justice of the United States and the 1916 Republican presidential nominee, once said that change for change's sake is change without merit. And so it is with our modern conservative movement. We do have changes along the way, but many of the principles remain constant and firm. For example, we've listened to the admonitions of our philosophical leaders, Russell Kirk, William F. Buckley, and Milton Friedman, and our political leaders like Barry Goldwater and Ronald Reagan, Jack Kemp, and more recently, some other political figures, some of whom come from Pennsylvania. And quite frankly, we know these principles to be solid, that government is best when it's small, that taxes can never be too low, that it's critical to protect our shores, but not to use that as an excuse for foreign interventionism. And while it's questionable whether anyone has a right to a home or to savings, the best avenue toward that is to preserve the right that's legislated by individual states that is so important, the right to work. And we always respect the laws, even if we don't agree with them, and we follow and respect those who enforce the law. We defend them, we don't defund them. If I were forced to sum up contemporary conservatism in one sentence, I would use the title of a very probative book by someone who was a PLC banquet speaker in the early days, my friend, the late M. Stanton Evans. The theme is freedom. Now, the fact is that ideas help a movement grow, but so do political campaigns. And sometimes candidates who don't win wind up winning the argument and winning for the cause in the end. Barry Goldwater was defeated for president, but he brought in so many new and vigorous young conservatives that they were able to achieve his dream of a Republican Party that leaned to the right. As he once said, "Grow up, conservatives, let's take over this party." And we did. In 1976, Ronald Reagan was nearly successful in taking out a president of his own party. And that laid the groundwork for him to become president, and of course, the rest is history. And back in 2004, Pat Toomey lost a Senate race to Arlen Specter by 1 vote per precinct in the 67 counties of Pennsylvania. But of course, this was a time that PLC was sputtering. The Toomey campaign filled these tables and this hotel once again. I guess Pat was perceived a little differently by this group than he is now. And so here we have it, with the movement coming together with new ideas and new candidates. And I submit to you that if they weren't there, history would be very different today. There wouldn't have been a Reagan presidency without Barry Goldwater losing in the beginning. And here in Pennsylvania, there wouldn't have been a PLC. And the Senate race that I'm watching being decided in the hallways of this hotel would probably be decided in the Union League Club of Philadelphia. This all would have happened had some people abandoned their candidate and their candidate abandoned their cause, all in the name of something called party unity. Well, thinking about that for a little bit, I have to wonder why there are so many people who look out and say they're willing to leave the Republican Party unless newer people and tested conservatives abandon their cause and abandon the candidate who energized them most, Donald J. Trump. Now, And you can call them centrist Republicans, call them never-Trumpers, or here in Pennsylvania, Ridge Republicans. But I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, to use a phrase from another time and place, they are the nattering nabobs of negativism and nothing more. A few weeks ago, a group of 100 former Republican office holders signed a letter saying that they would consider leaving the Republican Party if Liz Cheney were ousted from her leadership position among Republicans in the House of Representatives. Now, this was reported in the New York Times, and I promptly went on Newsmax TV to report it. This is what happens when you take the New York Times at face value. I received a message from former Governor Tom Ridge later that day. Now, I've known Governor Ridge since before he was in Congress, 39 years ago. He's a friend. I don't agree with him on things. We get along fine. And he said that while he had been a never-Trumper in 2 elections and supported Liz Cheney staying in leadership, he would not leave the party of Abraham Lincoln that he had been with in all his life. And when one looks at his record, however, and what he was telling other Republicans, I have to say, with all due respect, Ridge, go back over the bridge, please. We hear the word tolerance a lot these days. I hear it come up all the time in studies about where America is at this point. In covering political gatherings across the country, tolerance comes up. Sometimes it's applied in the incorrect way. Sometimes I don't even know what the phrase means. But let's talk for a minute about intolerance of political parties. 2 days ago, I read a column in the Financial Times by their columnist, Janan Gomesh. And he made these observations, which I think are most poignant, that when a Clinton Secretary of the Treasury, Bill Clinton's man at Treasury, comes out and says too much was spent on COVID relief, he is blackballed completely and told that he is engaging in old think. When a Clinton-era strategist comes out and says that his party is going in a dangerous path when it accepts wokeness, he does this almost alone. Simply put, the columnist concluded, the Democratic right, which once was in charge in the U.S. and through its sister movements, politics throughout the world, or at least the West, when it now ceases to simply be heard, something has changed directly. This is intolerance, my friends, and let me add to that one other point. Last year, in Illinois' primary, a Democratic congressman from Chicago named Dan Lipinski was defeated for renomination. There was really only one issue in his primary campaign, and that was his fervent support for the right to life. Well, Congressman Lipinski went down, and his defeat was nothing short of historic. He was the last Democratic member of the House of Representatives who called himself pro-life. So we are seeing both change in the political system, seismic change, and an opportunity for the modern conservative movement. Let me put it all in human terms. In a little story about a guy that we buried over in New Jersey on Tuesday. He was the 7th of 12 children of a working-class Roman Catholic family in Bayonne, New Jersey. When both of his parents were dead by the time he was 18, he gave up his dream of becoming a Catholic priest, and he came home. He went to work unloading Ballantine beer trucks, and he helped his older siblings raise their younger brothers and sisters. In his spare time, he got interested in politics. He walked precincts for Adlai Stevenson, the Democratic nominee for president in 1952 and 56. And in 1960, he found a Democratic candidate he became really excited about, John F. Kennedy. John F. Kennedy was the last Democrat this young man would support for the presidency. And as his career took other paths, in business and in politics, he became a Republican. He was Ronald Reagan's first Secretary of Labor, Raymond J. Donovan, died at 90 years old on Tuesday. And I would just say to you, there are hundreds of thousands of Ray Donovans today, perhaps millions across the country, and there's a lot of them in New Jersey. Some are very upset, disappointed that the Democratic Party has spent so much on COVID and now wants to spend on infrastructure, in effect cheapening the currency of infrastructure by putting so many things in the legislation that have nothing to do with infrastructure. They're disgusted in many ways at the way a president who once proudly marched in the early Marches for Life now says that Roe v. Wade has to be codified. And they're also dismayed, bored in some cases, that the Democratic Party spends so much political capital on trying to punish and belittle a Democratic U.S. Senator who simply believes that in the Senate, the rights of the minority should still be championed by a device called the filibuster. The venue for these Democratic disappointees is obvious. It's in a place where new ideas can be discussed, where there are disagreements, but at least they are talked out and a minority viewpoint is still heard. That place is the Pennsylvania Leadership Conference, going strong after 32 years. I believe with all my heart, and I felt this last night when I saw all those first-time PLCers raise their hands, that something is in the air that will change politics in Pennsylvania and change it for the good. You know, I want to conclude with a little story. Sheikh Rashid, the founder of Dubai, was once asked about the changes in his country, which has been a marvel in the rest of the world. And here's the way he explained it. He said, "My father rode a camel. My grandfather rode a camel. I ride a Mercedes. My son rides a Land Rover. My grandson will ride a Land Rover. My great-grandson will ride a camel." Now, he was asked what precisely he meant, and the sheikh said, it's very simple. Strong leaders give us easy times, but easy times give us weak leaders, and weak leaders give us difficult times. I know this is hard to explain, he said, but we need to raise a generation of warriors, not parasites. The lifespan of great civilization rarely exceeds 240 years. The Romans, the Trojans, the Greeks, they all lasted not even that long. And now today, America is at a point where we have passed the 240-year lifespan. And we see the signs of decline around us. The rot is very visible, and it's accelerating. The era of Land Rovers and Mercedes has passed. The camels are on the horizon. But I say to you, with my heart very firm about this, that it doesn't have to be this way. We don't have to be riding camels if we build a society that's strong with the leaders we deserve and need. Therefore, let us brace ourselves and go forward together and build the shining city on the hill that Ronald Reagan evoked. As proud members of the Pennsylvania Leadership Conference, we can do no less. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Thank you for that great perspective. For the next few moments, we're going to be talking about the future of the conservative movement, and we're joined on this podium for this discussion by Dr. Paul Kengor, well known to many of you as a professor of political science at Grove City College. He's also the author of over a dozen books. How many of you have read at least one of Paul's books?
This will be interesting to see.
How many, these are your fans, Paul.
Yeah.
How many of you brought a copy of one of Paul's books to have it autographed? These are your brightest fans, Paul.
Right.
And how many of you are now going to go out and buy one of Paul's books after this breakfast? I want to see those hands. Those are your prospects, Paul. He's a longtime columnist and senior editor of the American Spectator, a frequent public speaker. Some of his books on Reagan have earned him opportunities to go to the Ronald Reagan Library, the Ranch Center, the Heritage Foundation speaking on Reagan, Princeton University's amazing James Madison program, and so on and so forth. Paul received his doctorate from the University of Pittsburgh's Graduate School of Public and International Affairs, his master's degree from the American University School of International Service, and an honorary doctorate from Franciscan University. He is one of the most thoughtful and solid observers of the political scene in Pennsylvania within the context of political history. I'd like to invite Paul to say a few words of introduction in response to what John gave us, and then we're going to begin with a series of questions that I will phrase concerning the future of the conservative movement, and then there will be an opportunity for questions that you will phrase. So think about your questions as you hear them, both Paul and John speak. But Paul, give us your perspective at this point where, as John said, there's a sense that something is in the air. I think there is a sense that we are at a kind of a cultural and political pivot point. How do you see it, and where do you think it's pointed and headed?
Well, thank you, Colin. And as I was walking down the corridor here, I thought of what Ronald Reagan said to Nancy Reagan in 1976 when Gerald Ford said, "Ron, come on up and share a few thoughts." And he said, "I haven't the foggiest idea what I'm going to say." But I got some ideas here from John's talk in particular. And as I was sitting backstage, I talked to Dave, the tech guy. I said, "Give me a piece of paper, would you? You got a piece of paper?" So he ripped out of his own notebook this little piece of paper. And I wrote down a few thoughts inspired by John's words. He talked about strong leaders, of course, conservatism, and he finished with Ronald Reagan. And Reagan is my specialty, probably beyond any other figure that I've studied. And I recently taught a course at Grove City College on conservatism, and I had about 2 weeks left in the course. And we went through a whole bunch of different readings: M. Stanton Evans, Russell Kirk, Frank Meyer, William F. Buckley Jr., Al Regnery, you name them. And I had the last reading on the list was one of my own books. It was called 11 Principles of a Reagan Conservative. And looking at it, I only had 2 weeks left. I thought, which of these 11 principles can I cover, right? How many can you cover in that time? And I covered 6 of them. And it's interesting that John pretty much hit on all 6 of those in the talk, which shows how we think alike. And I won't spend too much time on these, but the ones that I focused on and that I thought you referenced were, and so looking forward to conservatives, I would say these are kind of bullet points for you. So get out your little piece of paper, start writing, all right, okay? But one is limited government, which John made reference to. And every conservative must believe in limited government. And over the next 4 years, that's going to be something you're going to be pointing to a lot, right? Limited government. As conservatives, we don't believe in no government, but we believe in limited government. As Ronald Reagan put it, we oppose nanny state, womb to tomb, cradle to grave, creeping socialism government. So you don't want to keep piling programs upon programs. We support lower taxes, and Reagan did that, cut the upper income tax rate from 70% all the way down to 28%. A third principle that Reagan believed in was sanctity and dignity of human life. And I was glad that you mentioned Dan Lipinski. He's one of a dying breed, and that's the pro-life Democrat. We had one as governor of Pennsylvania, Casey, a few years ago, and I must say that his son, our senator, who's supposed to be a pro-life Democrat, has an abysmal pro-life voting record on the issue. He has not been good at that at all. The other of the six, so are you counting right? Limited government, lower taxes, sanctity and dignity of human life, faith, all right, that's key. And that's becoming increasingly clear with the drift in secularism with the Democratic Party and the progressive left. And what faith needs, this would be the fifth, freedom, right? And freedom needs faith. And our old friend M. Stanton Evans' book, the theme is freedom. And if you have freedom alone, you can have anarchy, right? I mean, freedom needs faith. Faith helps navigate freedom. Right? If freedom alone can be not Augustine's city of God, but the Las Vegas Strip. Faith provides a moral rudder, a kind of navigation to guide freedom. Ronald Reagan talked of the twin beacons of faith and freedom that brighten the American sky. So think about that, the twin beacons of faith and freedom that brighten the American sky. So if you start dimming one of those beacons, namely faith, which is what we're doing, and you just have freedom, it's going to be dim, it's going to be darker, it's going to be harder to navigate around. And that gets to the sixth point, and that would be American exceptionalism. Ronald Reagan really saw America as a shining city upon a hill. And we in America today, and especially with the progressive left, we're not teaching that. Ronald Reagan said in his farewell address, which was written by Peggy Noonan, he delivered this on January 11th, 1989, and he said that we need to teach freedom, we need to teach that America is a special place, we need to teach that America is an exceptional place, and he told all the young people, he said, if your parents aren't teaching you what it means to be an American, nail them on it, call them on it. Right? That's something that we need to be teaching. And Reagan had a phrase, and I'll close with this, and then we can dialogue. This is a favorite quote of mine. He said, America is less of a place than an idea. America is less of a place than an idea. And he said that in a speech at tiny little William Woods College in Fulton, Missouri in 1952. He was 41 years old. He and Nancy just got married. They took the train from California all the way to Missouri. And he had a graduating class of about 400 women, all women's college. And so it was one of the first speeches that he gave before he became a Republican, before he was just at that point really becoming a conservative. He had been an FDR Democrat, called himself a hemophiliac liberal, right? A bleeding heart liberal. And that phrase, America is less of a place than an idea, you think about it. I mean, that's why people come to this country. They don't come here so much for the place, for the territory, for the geography, right? For the beauty. I mean, there are lots of beautiful places all over Europe, all over the world. John and I, even though John has the cool Italian last name and I don't, I'm half Italian. My mother was 100% Italian. And I've been to Italy. It's a gorgeous place. So is Germany. So is Spain. So are all these different countries. So is Ireland. But people left those places to come to America for the idea of America because of what America offered. We had a speaker at one of our Institute for Faith and Freedom luncheons on Tuesday, and his name was Peter Keim. He's with the National Flag Foundation. And I'll wrap up with this. He quoted Franklin Knight Lane, who was an early progressive. He was a Secretary of the Interior for Woodrow Wilson, of all people. But he's got a famous quote about the American flag. It was almost like a vision that he had about the American flag speaking to him. And the quote was this. It said the flag was saying to him, "I am whatever you make me, nothing more. I am your belief in yourself, your dream of what a people may become. I am no more than what you believe me to be, and I am all that you believe that I can be. I am what you make me and nothing more." And when you think of people last time this summer taking that flag and torching it in the streets, right? We believe at the Pennsylvania Leadership Conference not in burning the flag, but holding the flag up, venerating the flag. And what Peter Keim there, what Franklin Knight Lane said about the flag, that's true of America too. I am what you make of me and nothing more. And in this day of critical race theory and the 1619 Project, can you imagine saying that America began in 1619 with the first slave ships? Right? It began in 1776. Actually, Ronald Reagan said it really began in 1620 with John Winthrop and the Pilgrims, right, 1630, when they first used that phrase, shining city upon a hill. And so what is America? It's what you make of me and nothing more. So our job is to really teach that, what it really means to be an American and what it really means to be a conservative. And I would say now these next 4 years, what's the best use of these 4 years for conservatives? Shine the light on the Biden administration, the progressives, the liberals. Look at how they're against lower taxes, against energy independence, against pipelines, against fracking, against limited government, against the sanctity and dignity of human life, against American exceptionalism, right? Attack faith, attack freedom, and remind people of what it really means to be a conservative. So do what Ronald Reagan would do these next 4 years. Use this time to teach conservatism.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you, Paul. Great. The ideas that Paul just discussed, the principles, are timeless ideas. They are basically, we believe, truths. But they exist within an environment which changes over time. The American political and philosophical environment shifts, goes up and down, left and right, and so on. I've often felt that one of the most useful diagnostic questions for where the American body politic is the question, should government do more or should government do less? That was a question that Reagan himself asked. During his time, there was no question that the predominant view was that government should do less. He said in his inaugural speech that government is the problem, not the solution to the problem. In the years since, that has changed. It appears to me right now that we might be in a period where more people are saying government should do more, perhaps because of the experience with the pandemic and other things. Grover Norquist, who was a regular at this conference for many years, has always maintained that America is a center-right country. That, I think, assumes that the predominant view on government's role is that perhaps government should do less. Are we now in a period where people are saying government should do more? And if so, how does it portend for the conservative movement as a whole? Both of you.
Well, I'll say this. I watch this data very carefully. Gallup puts out a poll every year, the number of people who call themselves conservative versus the number who call themselves liberal. And conservative, it's usually around 40-45%. And liberal, it's usually in the low 20s. Now, that's closed a little bit in the last few years. And conservative is a little under 40, and liberal is like mid-20s, upper 20s, and that concerns me. And I'm especially concerned by the number of young people who are saying that they prefer socialism over capitalism.
Right, right.
Or in a recent poll, a fourth to almost a third saying that they believe private property should be abolished. All right, so they're even saying favorable things about communism. And I got a kind of a vitriolic email a couple weeks ago from a guy. He sent me 5 of them. And I told him, I said, you'll notice I answer the one that doesn't use the F word, right? And I find sometimes that when you reach out to people in kindness and charity and try to dialogue with them, they often do. And he did, and we ended up having a very good conversation. He used to be a conservative. He said he left in around 2008. He now considers himself a democratic socialist. And among the things that he was pushing was for free college education. And I just sort of walked through that with him. And I said, why do you want people to have a free college? And it kind of pushed back, right? And say, let's go back to the foundation. What's wrong with the idea of someone who wants to go to college paying for their own education? Getting a loan for it, saving money for it, right? Learning the kind of life skills that involve saving and being responsible, paying money back. Why must government do that? And once he really started to think about it, right? I think realizing too that he even did that, right? That maybe that isn't something that government has to do. But I think he had bought into the whole Bernie, AOC, free tuition, everything else. And a lot of times with young people today, they're so overwhelmed with all the junk on social media and everything else that they learn that they need older folks who've been around a little longer to stop and say, wait a second, I paid for my college education. And yeah, my master's degree was way too much money. I'll tell you, it killed me. My wife and I for 10 years were broke, all right? But what's wrong with making people do that?
You're describing an investment, Paul.
An investment. Right. And I even told him, I said, a lot of people shouldn't go to college. There's a lot of people who should go to trade school, should go to the military, should start their own business. And so even he was kind of hooked into the idea that everybody has to go to college, which is really antiquated, frankly. I mean, more people thought of that 30 years ago than they do now. So again, this is a good moment to try to go back to those first principles and ideas and teach.
John?
Obviously, whenever you give someone a government program, it becomes difficult, if not impossible, to take it away. And this has been a basis that primarily under Democratic presidents, the bureaucracy is built, big government has grown, and hence you see a diminishing in the idea of smaller government. And let me give you an example, and I'm sure Paul will remember this. In the 1980 Republican platform, the party manifesto in the year Ronald Reagan was first elected, it called for, among other things, abolishing the Department of Education, Energy,
Commerce.
Commerce, and Housing and Urban Development, not to mention other agencies such as the National Endowment for the Arts. In 2000, when George W. Bush was nominated, there was no talk at all in the party platform of abolishing anything. It was taken out. And I remember many delegates were upset with it. And I remember I asked the chairman of the platform committee, Governor Thompson of Wisconsin, who later became Secretary of Health and Human Services, do you believe in abolishing any government agency or rolling back any government body? And he said, I believe in winning. And that's an exact quote that I remember after 20 years.
Wow.
So I would have to say we are also seeing, even under the last Republican president, a marriage with the government programs that were created by Democrats. And this is going to be something that will be debated at future PLCs and CPAC in Washington. Small government conservatism versus acceptance of big government and using it for one's own ends on the right. It'll be a fascinating debate to watch.
And Ronald Reagan did not succeed in abolishing any of those agencies or departments, which kind of Bush put up maybe the flag of surrender. And even that didn't have the will to do it.
Paul, you mentioned the Gallup survey. and the distinction was between people who self-identify as conservative versus liberal. The liberals have rebranded themselves as progressives. So I'm not sure that the Gallup question necessarily means the same thing to the audience that it did then. There has been some talk in conservative circles that conservatism maybe needs to consider some form of rebranding. What do each of you think of that idea? What have you heard, and where do you think it might be headed?
Well, I would just say that ideas and principles such as those that Paul laid out stay the same over the years, although we are going to have a debate, I'm sure, on big government versus small government conservatism. But essentially, principles stay the same. On the other hand, there's also a need, probably, for new voices and new faces to articulate tried and true beliefs. I mentioned Barry Goldwater earlier. Many of the things he said energized young conservatives in the 60s, and yet when they were run through the filter of the national media even then, they sounded like the rantings of someone after a few scotches at the officers' club of the Fort Myer base. Ronald Reagan said exactly the same things that Goldwater did, including addressing issues such as Social Security and Medicare. And he was elected president eventually. The idea is that maybe tried and true conservatism doesn't need a refurbishing or an overhaul. It just needs a new face on it. Final point, I mentioned earlier that there were hundreds of thousands of Ray Donovans, many of them here in Pennsylvania, who felt the Democratic Party left them. I've met many of them at PLCs. Some of them have accents, and some are men and women of color. The opportunity is there with the right spokesman and the best articulation of conservatism.
That's right, and Russell Kirk said that conservatism is about an enduring moral order. And so, we believe in a set of core absolutes, and that defines not just where we stand on economics and taxes, but it should also define where we stand on social and cultural issues. And Ronald Reagan gave a speech to CPAC in 1977 where he said conservatives need to be whole and entire conservatives, embrace both the social as well as the economic issues. And people told him not to do that. Jim Baker throughout the 1980s would advise him, Dick Darman and others, don't talk about abortion. Don't do it. You're gonna get killed if you talk about that. Don't talk about that. And Reagan said, well, to me, there's nothing more important than the fundamental dignity of all human life, and I'm going to talk about it. And he said there's nothing wrong with being a single issue voter on that issue if you believe that that's the most important, the first and most fundamental of all freedoms. So he goes with that plan, and in 1980, against an incumbent, anyone know how many states Reagan won in 1980? 44 out of 50. Won the Electoral College 489 to 49. 51 to 41%. Beat Carter by 10 percentage points. And then from 80 to 84, talked about all that stuff that people told him not to talk about, and was reelected by winning 49 out of 50 states. The Electoral College count, I love this data point. The Electoral College count in 1984 was 525 to 13. Okay? So Reagan did that by embracing all the issues that conservatives ought to embrace, and we shouldn't be afraid to do it either.
The moral order of which you spoke, when you cited Russell Kirk, implies some recognition of God, some kind of theology.
That's right.
The very concept of theology, belief in God, is under assault such as we've never seen it before. The secularization of America, the pulling of all references of God out of the founding in the way that children are being taught in school, changes that environment so that it is less logically connected and responsive to the concept of a moral order. Address that from a standpoint of the educational establishment for a moment.
Yeah, and that's where you get into the mess where we are today. I mean, if you know, Dostoevsky said, if God does not exist, everything is permissible. You can come up with your own definitions of everything. To quote Anthony Kennedy and his horrific KCV Planned Parenthood decision, right, in 1992, which preserved Roe v. Wade, he said the meaning of freedom in America is coming up with your own meaning of meaning, your own definition of freedom, right? Your own idea of liberty, your own conceptions of the universe, of life, everything. That's not the founders' conception of freedom. It's not a faith-based conception of freedom. And it's what's allowing the secular progressive party to redefine quite literally everything, from whether a child in a womb is a child, to marriage, family, even your gender. Facebook now lists over 70 gender options that you can choose from. So, and that's where the progressive wing of the Democratic Party is. And you're seeing it with Joe Biden right now. They're pulling him in all those different directions. But again, the twin beacons of faith and freedom that Reagan talked about. Move the beacon of faith, and freedom becomes suddenly chaos. And that's what we're seeing in a lot of America today.
I really can't add to that, except we are seeing a creeping assault on God and faith in history as well as in society in general. A few years ago, I talked to a former congressman from Atlanta who had gone to high school in that area and had listened on the radio when Franklin Roosevelt made the speech before Congress on December 8th, 1941, asking for a declaration of war and calling for victory. And in the end of the speech, it said, FDR said, with confidence in our armed forces, with the unbounding determination of our people, we will gain the inevitable triumph. So help us God. Right. And recently a memorial was put up in Atlanta to that speech. And it has all of the key phrases, the date of infamy, but taken out is so help us God.
Amazing.
And this is just one microcosm that is so emblematic of the culture. Where it starts, who took the ball and ran with it, I have no idea at this point.
And by the way, that's not just neutrality toward religion, that's hostility toward religion. And that reminds me of Ruth Bader Ginsburg in the Bladenberg Cross case. And the judge before that, before it went to the Supreme Court, the cross in Maryland built by mothers of World War I survivors. And the judge said of the cross, well, why don't you just cut the arms off of it? It's like, cut the arms off of it. So it's like a straight pillar with the arms sawed off the side of it, right? And then it'll be acceptable? That's just madness.
Not only is there a hostility to religion that you both mentioned, but there is a media hostility, which is of a different character. We've always known that the media is biased toward the left, but I've never seen headlines get to the matter of motive, particularly with regard to the Republican Party, that I've seen lately, particularly on the matter of voting integrity. Words like restriction and limitation and all of those things that are not part of voter integrity at all. They're about having an accurate count of the body politic. But motives have crept into our headlines in the media and on other media. Even while we've had a rise of conservative media, the hostility of the so-called established media exceeds anything that I've seen. Do you find the same thing, and how do you think it affects the conservative movement as well as the Republican Party? Because the media wants to identify the two as one and the same.
It's terrible. Even Major League Baseball has politicized it.
Right.
The idea that the commissioner of Major League Baseball would yank the All-Star game out of Atlanta because he buys the ideological framing of what happened in Atlanta by Joe Biden, who called it Jim Crow 2.0, and Stacey Abrams is insane. And just to give you a quick example of this, last night before I went to bed, I hate sleeping in hotels by myself. I never sleep well. So on my phone, I went to Google, and I typed in Gregorian chant, which is what I play at night, and which usually runs for like 2 hours and puts me to sleep. And I opened up Gregorian chant, and there's an ad from Stacey Abrams. And she's yapping about racist election integrity laws are taking on, and I'm like, oh Lord, I've just put a Gregorian chant, I got Stacey Abrams here. And I just sat there for a minute and lay there in the bed, okay, help me. And then I finally hit skip ad, and I thought, I don't even have CNN on. I don't even have MSNBC. I just opened Google, and I got to get assaulted with this craziness. So it's just really, it's polluting everything. And imagine the 18, 19-year-old who doesn't know a lot of this stuff, opens up his or her phone and gets smacked with this garbage all the time and doesn't even know what to believe. And then the president says, well, it's Jim Crow 2.0, right? It's like,
John,
what's he talking?
John, you live in the world of media. What have you seen in the last several years in terms of this growing hostility? Not simply bias, but active hostility.
I think probably I could quote from Isaiah about this. Come now, let us reason together, yet if ye refuse and rebel, ye shall be devoured by the sword, for the mouth of the Lord hath spoken. Welcome to the attitude of the left media towards anyone who may disagree from their worldview. It's become a lot more hostile. That's inarguable. And people are taking themselves a lot more seriously now. Now, why this comes about, I don't quite understand, except perhaps I could blame it on some universities that are out
Please.
there. Not Grove City.
Not Grove City.
And not Hillsdale, which just accepted my papers as a journalist.
But the other 99%, yes.
Exactly.
And it's literally 99%.
And there's another factor, too. Paul mentioned that about the laws for election reform in Georgia. The business community helps push a lot of what we're talking about in terms of the culture changing. Why did Coca-Cola come out with a denunciation of that measure? Well, I've seen one analysis that said they're afraid of having so many young employees who feel strongly about this that they would leave if Coca-Cola did not say anything. So I would say simply, it's the culture, stupid, and it's the contemporaneous attitude that it's cool to be for and against certain things.
Yeah, woke corporate culture is killing us. It really
So in
is.
the 3.5 minutes we have left, let's point in a positive direction. What are the encouraging signs that you see that can bring conservatism back above 40% in that Gallup poll, but more to the point, can address the cultural drift towards big government and return to the principles that you articulated in your course and among the founders?
Boy, I don't know. I don't have any hope at all, to tell you the truth.
Okay,
that's not how
John?
I'm supposed to end. Well, no, so Ronald Reagan used to say that Reagan had faith in the common sense of the American people, and I mean, I don't know. That was 30 or 40 years ago. But I do think that people intuitively, and I've seen this, when you walk people through these issues, like the guy that I mentioned, the emailer, and you just kind of in a common sense way ask certain questions, like what do you mean by that? But think about this, right? Do you really think free college education is a good? Start to unpack it, right? People who say that they support socialism, people who say they support the abolition of private property, right? So wait a second. I'm not going to yell at you and get angry. Think about that. You're answering that in a poll question on your cell phone while you're at Starbucks drinking a grande skim latte. All right? Point 3 of the Communist Manifesto called for abolition of all right of inheritance. You really think it'd be right that you can't inherit any of your parents' money and the government takes one? So if you really kind of walk them through this stuff, sometimes, it gets through. But we're fighting against the universities. Of course, once they get into their 20s and they start paying taxes and owning homes and so forth, experience starts to teach them on these things. But I guess we need to be patient and just try to educate.
And hold firm to the principles.
Yeah, that's right.
John? We have 1:13 left.
Just underscoring my remarks earlier, having a fresh spokesman and fresh faces in the body politic is going to be very advantageous to a conservative movement. There's no question about it. Having a free discussion on controversial issues without fear of being driven out of a cause or expelled is very important. I never felt stronger about that than when I got messages from friends of mine who'd now become never Trumpers and said, these people have to be driven out of the party. Yeah. And finally, staying firm to principle in spite of the odds, in spite of the invective, and never forgetting the words of Whittaker Chambers, that we do things not because they're probable, but because they're right.
And I would add, be not afraid.
Be not afraid. Thank you both for a valuable perspective. I'm going to turn the podium over to one of the true bright lights of the media that have not departed from the principles you spoke to. Jeff Lord, formerly of CNN, and a great friend of the PLC.
Good.
Thank you, John, and thank you, Paul.
Okay.
Thank you, guys. All right.
He's great.
The American Spectator lives right here. Well, hello, PLC. This is great, isn't it? Was Jesse fabulous last night or what? Wow. He was great. I particularly liked his Trump stories. And I have a few myself, and just for time reasons, I'm going to tell you only one that I think you'll find amusing. So I think it was November of 1919, I and two of my colleagues from the American Spectator get invited to come see him in the Oval Office and chat and do interview-style stuff. So we go, and we're arranged in front of the Resolute desk, and we're talking away for about an hour or so. And then when it's done, he stands up, and he says, "You've been in the Oval Office before?" I said, "Yes, sir, when I worked for President Reagan." He says, "Well, come back here. I want to give you something." So I had not been back there, but I knew what it was. There's a short hallway when you come from behind this desk. There's a door to the left. There's a short hallway, and at the end of that is a conference room that's very vanilla. It could be in any office. And that's where presidents tend to go to get out of the formality of the Oval Office. And he said Obama used to sit back there and watch basketball games. And right before you get there, there's a little windowless room where President Trump stores gifts that he gives out. He gave me, God bless him, a silver tray for my mother with the presidential seal and his signature. But as we're walking down the short hallway, he stops, turns back to us, takes a half step into the little windowless room, points inside, raises his eyebrows, and says, "Bill and Monica." You can't make it up. Of course, we all burst out laughing. I'll never think of that room the same ever again. So, let me introduce our friend Rose Tennant. She is, as you know, a radio host, political pundit, author, and speaker. She is the host of Rose Unplugged on 1320 WJAS, the Talk of Pittsburgh. She served as the Pennsylvania State Finance Director for the 2020 Trump Victory Finance Committee and is on the advisory board of the Women for Trump Coalition. She is a longtime friend of mine. She is also the only woman substitute for someone named Sean Hannity on his radio show, where she always does a fabulous job. So without further ado, let me introduce my friend Rose Tennant.
Good morning. You know, I love how the media asks Joe Biden all the tough questions, right? Like a couple of weeks ago, he was coming out of a restaurant and he had an ice cream cone and they said, President Biden, what flavor is it? And he said, it's chocolate chip. And it sounded like When Harry Met Sally. Oh. That's weird. It was just weird. I was embarrassed for them. And in the long-standing tradition of the fake news, that one question that seems to come up a lot, boxers or briefs, Biden answered, depends. Joe Biden's like that browser that you've got open on your computer. It's like there's 17 tabs open, right? 16 are frozen, and then you can't figure out where the music's coming from. What's going on? What's happening? I have to tell you, I had a really big disappointment last year. I learned that my aunt voted for Joe Biden. I know, and let me tell you something. I was so upset. I promise you, I am never visiting her grave again. Not ever. That's it, I'm done. They asked me to talk about the future of talk radio. And you know, it's interesting because we do mourn the passing of the greatest talk radio host ever, and that's Rush Limbaugh. 20-some years ago, I became very good friends with Sean Hannity, and we've kept a great relationship throughout the years. At one point during my career, I was having difficulty hearing, and it's probably because I have the headsets cranked up so high. And I remember just mentioning it in passing to Sean Hannity. Well, within 24 hours, I got a phone call from Rush Limbaugh, and he offered me his doctors. He offered me any help he could be and assistance with my hearing issues. And I thought, wow, what a great, sweet man. Didn't know me from Adam, but reached out to me. And that was the kind of person he was and remained, because afterwards we stayed in touch quite a bit back and forth. I found him to have a great sense of humor, and I love how the left hates it. They absolutely hate it when he would talk about how smart he was or how he could do this with half his brain tied behind his back. That was great humor. But they hated that. And yet he was such a kind and generous man. He really was. So God bless Rush Limbaugh, because he's the one that got talk radio started. He was the leader. He's a pioneer. And so when the question comes up, what is the future of talk radio? Well, I can tell you from personal experience what it might have been at one time. It has changed dramatically, I believe. Personally. And I will give you a little bit of background and we'll circle back to why I believe it has changed. Saki, you got it. Let's start with 245 years ago. And I'm going to use this if this is okay. This July, we are going to celebrate 245 years of independence. Thank God. Thank God for the strong, the courageous, the very brave men that gave us that independence. When they did so because they came from a country where they lived under tyrannical rule, where they were told how they should worship, whether they should worship, what jobs they should perform. Does that sound familiar to anybody here in Pennsylvania? After this last year with Wolf? They lived under tyrannical rule, and they wanted so desperately to get out from under it. See, our forefathers believed that there was greatness in every one of us. See, they came from a country that said if your bloodline allowed it, if your birth allowed it, you could be great. But they believed that all of us could be great. And all that was necessary to unleash that greatness was freedom. So they came here and they wanted to establish freedom. And they knew that what they were going to do, they would never fully appreciate themselves. They knew that what they were doing, for the most part, was for future generations, for people they would never know, faces they would never see, names they would never call out. What they did for all of us in this room. 245 years ago, they got together and they were debating. They all knew that what they wanted was freedom. They knew that what they came here for, what they sacrificed for, was freedom. But there was some hesitation in the room. And who can blame them, right? Because what they were doing was putting a target on their back. They knew, they told us that they knew they were sacrificing their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor. Can you blame them for the hesitation? At one point during the deliberations, before they signed that declaration that would free them from tyrannical rule, allow them to live the lives they believed they were meant to live, at one point, John Witherspoon got up and he said, I got to tell you something. And he gave this very passionate speech. And in it, he said, there is a tide in the affairs of men. Do you perceive it now before you? To hesitate is to commit to your own slavery. When he was done, everyone in that room signed the Declaration of Independence. In some history books, if they even talk about it at all now, but these are older history books will tell you that many of the men in that room, now remember, these are very strong men, courageous men, very brave men. History books will tell you that some of them dropped to their knees in prayer because they knew that man did not give them freedom. Because if he did, he could take it away, just like we've seen here in this state. But they knew that liberty came from God and God alone. God is the author of our liberty. And so they were on their knees in prayer. And history books tell us that others wept openly. Those strong men wept. And I believe they wept because they knew what it was like to live under the type of ruler they were living under, and now they were going to be free. And yet, I believe if they could look at us now, if they could see us now, they would weep once again, because we were once free and have become once again slaves to tyrannical rule. So here we have this opportunity. Oh, you're not going to believe this. Are you ready? My heel was stuck in that crack right there. I didn't think I was ever getting out of there. So they would weep if they saw where we have been this past year, now where we are now with this administration, where we can see clearly that our rights have been taken away from us. You know, we talk about talk radio. How long do we have before we are canceled? And that's a serious question. Censorship in this country. This is a place where I never thought we would be. I had someone from Epoch Times on, and you know, these are many people that work at Epoch Times that established the Epoch Times came from China. And I had one of them on my program. And I said, how is it that the Chinese people right now, they don't fight for that freedom? How is it that they are not longing for that freedom? And she said, you know what? They have lived under communist rule for so long, they don't even have a concept of freedom. Can you imagine not even being able to conceive freedom? We cannot lose that concept of freedom. It is up to us to fight for that freedom, for that republic. You know, when I was working for the campaign, I traveled the state from one end to the other, and I spoke to a lot of groups, and I kept saying, this is our battle right now. This is the battle. And then, like you, I was very depressed and disappointed by the election results. I didn't like what I saw. It was very devastating because I know what I saw in the state of Pennsylvania. But I'll tell you something. That was nothing compared to then how we all felt after January 6th. After January 6th, we saw that being labeled a patriot, being called a patriot, calling ourselves a patriot was something bad. It was wrong to be a patriot. I was there on January 6th. I did not go to the Capitol. I was in the front row at the rally with Diamond and Silk, Jeffrey Lord, and everyone else that worked so hard on the Trump campaign. I had to leave halfway through because I had a few media hits, and Hannity's show was one of them. So when I got back to the hotel that night, people were crying in the lobby. They were crying in the elevator. They were crying in the halls because 100,000 people went to D.C. not to rush the Capitol, but to show their support, not even for one election or one man, but to show their support for the Republic. And the way it was portrayed, the way they were made to feel afterwards was devastating. I believe that our battle is right now. I believe after that, so many of us felt so discouraged and so depressed. I wanted to walk away from politics for a while, but I quickly realized and remembered that this battle is worth fighting. Because like our founding fathers, we now are doing this for future generations. We enjoyed our freedom. We loved our freedom. We grew in our freedom. What we do now will determine whether or not generations that come after us will also enjoy their freedom. So let's go forward. 245 years ago, they signed that Declaration of Independence. Where did they do that? That's right here in this state, the state of Pennsylvania, where freedom was born, where 13 colonies became the United States of America. It was in this state. 11 years later, some of the very same men got together. 56 delegates were meeting in Philadelphia again at Independence Hall. Now think about this. Independence Hall on Main Street in the main area of Philadelphia, right? That's where everybody had to go, where they had to go buy for their livestock. They had to go buy for their farm. They would go and have a drink, go to the post office. Everything was happening there. And they knew that those months that those delegates were meeting behind those doors was going to determine what their future would be. Can you imagine? They're walking back and forth and wondering, when is this going to be done? When will we know what our future is? Then finally, we're told on that final day of deliberations, Benjamin Franklin came out, and we're told that a woman stopped him. Of course, it was a woman, right? We had to know, just have to know. And she said, well, doctor, what have we got? A monarchy or a republic? And he said, a republic if you can keep it. That today should be a reminder. We have a republic still. It is hanging by a thread, but we still have a republic. This is a battle worth fighting for. This is a battle for our children and then their children. It's a battle for those whose faces we will never see, whose names we will never call out. We do it for them. I ask you, are you with me? Is it all hands on deck right now? I believe this is a battle of a lifetime. This battle may be every bit as great as the Revolutionary War because we are fighting for the same thing. We are fighting for liberty. And this battle, I believe, begins on our knees. So thank you, all of you. I appreciate it. We're in this together. Let's do it. Let's win it. God bless. Never will heal.
want you to know what goes on behind the scenes. Rose's advice to me was, never wear heels on the stage. So, we're going to do a panel here now with our friends David Osborne. David is the CEO of Americans for Fair Treatment. They're going to discuss political power of labor unions. His organization is a community of current and former public sector workers offering resources and support to exercise their First Amendment rights. Imagine that. Prior to joining Americans for Fair Treatment, he was president and general counsel of the Fairness Center, a nonprofit public interest law firm providing free legal representation to those hurt by public sector union officials. He is joined by Gina Diorio, who is the public affairs director for Commonwealth Partners and Chamber of Entrepreneurs. She is, oh my goodness, a Garden State expatriate. Can you imagine that? Who loves all things Jersey except their sports teams. They have sports teams over there? As they essentially have none. Gina studied history and public policy and spent several years working in federal politics before fully appreciating, imagine this, how states can take the lead in unleashing opportunity across the country. So without further ado, I will turn the panel over to the two of them.
Thank you. This conversation is about the political power of public sector unions. What you're going to hear this morning may actually be a little bit of a surprise to you. I know that because many of our state legislators are continually surprised by the power of the public sector unions in Harrisburg. The truth is, public sector unions stand in the way of every reasonable reform in Pennsylvania, and we should be very concerned about that as conservatives. Gina Diorio, you got a brief introduction to her as Public Affairs Director to the Commonwealth Partners Chamber of Entrepreneurs. It's a Harrisburg-based organization that's engaging entrepreneurs to lead free market change in Pennsylvania. Prior to that, she worked for the Commonwealth Foundation and has an MA in public policy from Regent University. My name's David Osborne. I'm CEO of Americans for Fair Treatment. We are devoted to educating public sector employees as to their constitutional rights in a unionized workplace and providing them with every available resource to defend those rights. I've litigated against teachers' unions, state and municipal unions like UFCW, AFSCME, and SEIU. I was also a Trump appointee to something called the Federal Service Impasses Panel, which broke impasses between federal agencies and the unions that represent federal workers. So Gina, before we go any further, I want to connect on something that has hit home for many of you here, school closures during the pandemic.
Yes.
So, wait, how did teachers' unions affect local decisions about whether to open up schools over the past year?
Yeah, David, that's a great question. And we heard a lot, about school closures. I'm sure, like David said, many of you were affected. And what we really saw, not only on the national level, but also on the state level, was that unions played a key role in keeping schools closed. And I'll actually reference an article that came out by an investigative reporter named Todd Shepard in the outlet Broad and Liberty, which is a great outlet. If you don't follow it, sign up for their stuff, it's great. But it showed that last summer actually, right before the state issued guidance on schools reopening, some of the most powerful teachers unions in the state, like the Pennsylvania State Education Association and the state chapter of American Federation of Teachers, met with key officials in the Wolf administration. And after that meeting, the state issued guidance, and there were many schools, a lot of local schools, who had been planning to go back in person. But after this guidance came out, they switched course, decided to close down, shut down because of this guidance that the teachers' unions influenced. And this was an example of the same thing going on the national level. Perhaps one of the worst examples is the LA Teachers Union, who put out a laundry list of requirements for reopening, many of which had nothing to do with COVID. We saw things like, we need Medicare for all in order to reopen. We need a wealth tax in order to reopen. We need a moratorium on charter schools in order to open. So really what these government unions were doing, and these public sector unions were doing, is using shutdowns as a negotiating tool to get at what their agenda really was, which had nothing to do with students, nothing to do with education, and nothing to do with COVID. In fact, Corey DeAngelis, who's with the American Federation for Children, he did a study of 835 public school districts, and that it showed that the correlation between whether they reopened or not had nothing to do with the spread of COVID in the community, but the strength of the local union. And in districts that had strong local unions, they were more likely to stay closed rather than reopen. And one thing I should mention, sometimes we equate teachers' unions with teachers, and that's not always the case, because a lot of times there's teachers who disagree with the union on this. They want to go back to the classroom, but teachers' unions don't always represent the interests of teachers, and definitely not of children and students.
Yep. So this may be obvious to many of us, but this has always been the case in state and local government.
Yeah.
Teachers definitely saw this as an opportunity to push many of the taxes they pushed before, but in many places they've been doing that for a very long time. Just it hasn't affected all of us at home. So Gina, tell us a little bit more broadly, if we could zoom out. So why in the world would unions, teachers' unions included, why would unions exert so much influence in public policy? What's in it for them?
Yeah, and to get to the root of that, we have to look at the structure of unions. And I should back up and say here that we're talking about government unions, so public sector unions whose members are public sector employees. They're government employees, state, local, county, municipal. That's who their membership is. So if we look at their structure, where do government unions get their money? They get a lot of their money from their membership dues. Who are their members? Government workers. So unions have a vested self-interest in any policy that will grow the size and the scope of government, because that then means we have more, government workers, and they have more members, which means they have more union dues, which they can then use to lobby the government for more government, which means more members. So it's kind of this vicious cycle. So when we see things, unions doing things like lobbying for more government programs, for higher taxes, for expansion of the size and scope of government, it's in their self-interest to do so, because that's how they expand their membership base, and then that's how they fill their coffers.
Yeah, so this is stuff antithetical to what you people believe as conservatives. Right. Bigger government, more taxes. How much money are we talking about, Gina?
Oh, I mean, since, in the past 13, 14 years, government unions in Pennsylvania have put over $150 million into politics. A lot of that is directly into campaign contributions to political candidates via their political action committees, and then a lot is spent from member dues on lobbying, on political engagement and lobbying.
Yeah, so we work with a lot of public employees, and I'll tell you one thing that bugs a lot of teachers about their teachers' unions is that about 93% of teachers' unions' political dollars end up going exclusively to Democrats. Even if you think maybe teachers are roughly 60-40 Democrat, Republican, I'm not sure what the numbers are there. 93% is not nearly reflective of the members the teachers' unions are supposed to be representing. Yet they're doing that with the money that comes from teachers. Yeah. So, Gina, along the way, unions have not only gotten policy results, the kinds that we're talking about, higher taxes, bigger government, they've also changed the rules of the game, and that makes it easier for them to win. So tell us a little bit about the political privileges. You've spent a lot of time in the public sphere talking about this. The political privileges of the public sector unions that allow them to exert this influence in a way that we could never do as conservatives.
Yeah. Well, there are many, and we've all heard, the mantra, taxpayer resources should not be used for political purposes, right? I mean, how many of us, we've heard that at some point in time, an elected official goes down because they used taxpayer resources for politics. But unfortunately, government unions in Pennsylvania have that perk. And what they can do is use publicly funded payroll systems to collect their political campaign contributions. So here's how this works. We have state and local school districts, state and local municipalities. And who funds the payroll system for government workers? Taxpayers, right? Because it's a government service. But what government unions can do is these school districts will take from workers' paychecks not only their union dues, but also their political campaign contributions, send it directly to the government unions, so the government unions don't have to go out like every other private organization and ask for political contributions. Instead, hey, it's just directed, thanks to the government and thanks to we the taxpayers, to these government unions. And unions are the only organization that has this perk. Imagine if we had this for the NRA or Planned Parenthood, that our taxpayer resources were helping them collect their campaign contributions. There would be an outcry, and rightfully so, but government unions have that privilege that they're able to do that. And another perk they have is they can trap members into memberships. We talked a little bit about the structure of government unions, that they thrive on keeping members in the union and getting a lot of members. But there's a provision in state law called maintenance of membership. I know you've worked a lot on this too, David. And this provision says that a public sector union can public sector union member can resign his or her union membership only during a 15-day window at the close of a contract. Now, these contracts can go on for years, and union members don't always know when they end, and the union is not required to tell them when they end. So if a union member misses their window of resigning, they're stuck in that membership for multiple years more. What's more, sometimes unions conveniently, didn't get their resignation request. So unions are able to just trap their members in, continue collecting membership dues because of this provision in state law. Now, thankfully, there have been efforts on both these fronts to repeal a lot of these privileges. In fact, one bill now that's been introduced by Representative David Rowe, who's just north of here, of Snyder and Union counties. Yay, I know, David Rowe. So, yeah. It's House Bill 1117, and it would address a lot of these issues and really level the playing field. So we're not giving special political privileges to these organizations that are very political in nature.
All right, so tough question, Gina.
Okay.
One of the reasons I wanted Gina to come up here is that she wrote an article and made the claim that unions are renting some of our Republicans until they can own a Democrat. Okay, so if unions are pushing for things that are antithetical to what we believe, and we just talked about all their political privileges, why in the world would Republicans ever trust them? What's going on?
That's a great question. And there are some Republicans who I think have been fooled by government unions. What they do is they think the unions are their friends, and the unions will actually come out and endorse them. We've seen this in the Southeast, that some of the unions will come out and endorse some of these Republicans who are in office, and Republicans will vote with the unions, and they know that if they oppose a union, the union will spend big against them. We mentioned that $150 million. That goes against any candidate who opposes the union. So there's several Republicans who are like, hey, the union endorsed me. They might have even given me a little bit of money. So I think they're kind of my friend. But what they haven't always realized is these same unions turn around, and they might endorse a Republican, but they will then spend hundreds of thousands of dollars against that same Republican via front groups. So what they do is they give money to other political organizations that then go after these Republicans. And these are groups that a lot of us have never heard of. I know I hadn't, at first, but these are groups like a group called Fund for Change that spent $7.2 million last year targeting Republicans. They got a chunk of their money from government unions. Groups like the National Democratic Redistricting Committee, who targets Republicans, they get money from government unions. Group like Fairness PA, who was one of Governor Wolf's biggest political donors last election in 2018, and they go after Republicans, they get money from government unions. So these Republicans are like, hey, I got the union endorsement, I'm going to post it on Facebook, this is great. But these same unions then turn around and go after them. And I should mention, this is not all Republicans. There are a lot of good ones who recognize the unions for what they are and will stand up to them. But unfortunately, we do have some that are misled.
Give me names. I want names. That didn't make you popular, did it?
It did not make me popular, no.
Yeah. Okay. So you mentioned Dave Rowe's bill.
Yeah.
What else does Dave Rowe's bill do?
It addresses, as I said specifically, it repeals maintenance of membership, so a union member can leave at any time. It also would end what's called, the public payroll collection of union dues, of union political contributions. So unions would have to go out and get that money themselves. So in essence, the bottom line is it really levels the playing field, because unions have the right to engage in politics. They're free to do so, and they should be free to do so. But what they shouldn't be free to do is rely on taxpayers to help them do so.
Yeah. Well, you didn't mention my favorite part about Dave Rowe's bill. We pushed something, I've got a button here somewhere, Union Democracy Now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If we're going to have unions, they should be democratic and reflective of their membership. That's one of the big problems with unions right now. There's something in Dave Rowe's bill called recertification. Fact is, there are many unions that have been around since the 1970s, and not a single employee represented by that union today was one of the employees who voted them in the very beginning. Unions do not have to prove that they have the support of their membership. What recertification does is require unions to stand for basically re-election by their own members. And the default is, if they cannot get the support of their own membership, they lose and they're out. That would return power back to many of our state and local governments and to you as taxpayers. What else can people do about unions? This behemoth of an organization.
Yeah, it is a behemoth of an organization, but they have lots of local chapters, and these local chapters are in communities across Pennsylvania. So what you can do is go to your local school board meeting, find out what the union contract says. There are provisions in some contracts where school teachers can leave the classroom, go work for the union, and you're still paying them. So they're still getting taxpayer dollars. And unions aren't going to volunteer this information, but if you're at your local school board meeting, ask. You know, when there's contract negotiations, ask to see it, because like you said, it is a behemoth organization, but they have lots of tentacles. And you know, these tentacles are things that are very close to all of us. So I would encourage you to pay attention to what's going on in your local community when it comes to what government unions are doing.
Where can people find you?
We are at thecommonwealthpartners.com, www.thecommonwealthpartners.com.
Okay, and we're at americansforfairtreatment.org. Encourage you to reach out, especially if you're a public sector union member. We can help you take action, stand up against your union. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. That was great. That was great. Before I introduce Bill McSwain, I just wanted to call your attention over there in the far left corner towards the front is the straw poll. If any of you have any thoughts on your favorite candidates for governor or United States senator or issue of the day, that is the place to check in and cast your ballot before you leave. So I did want to get that out. Our next speaker is Bill McSwain. He was appointed by President Trump to serve as the United States Attorney for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania from April of 2018 until January of 2021, and he was responsible for all federal prosecutions in one of the largest federal districts in the country, with nearly 6 million residents across Philadelphia and its 8 surrounding counties. He first learned to be a prosecutor as an assistant U.S. attorney, also in the Eastern District of Pennsylvania. And I have a favorite story here. Every time I am asked, particularly by non-Pennsylvanians who are skeptical that there were any problems in a Pennsylvania election, how could that possibly be, they ask. I refer to, and I have written on occasion, of Bill McSwain prosecuting a guy named, I think his name was Dominic DeMuro, is that right? He was, only in Pennsylvania, he was a Democratic election judge in Philadelphia, and Bill got the guy indicted for, in 3 different elections, Mr. DeMuro would apparently stand when nobody was watching next to the voting machines, and when people weren't looking, ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching. And then it turns out he was paid to do so. That indictment came, I think, in May of that particular year, of 2020. And then in July of 2020, Bill got the guy who paid the check, who paid the cash. And that would be a guy that Pennsylvanians might remember. His name was former Democratic Congressman Michael Ozzie Myers, who spent time in the federal slammer for the Abscam sting. And suddenly, once again, Ozzie's in the news and back in his old haunts. So we have Bill to thank for that. So without further ado, Bill McSwain.
Good morning. So I was President Trump's U.S. Attorney in the Eastern District of Pennsylvania. And you might be wondering, you heard a little bit of an intro, you might be wondering, what does a U.S. Attorney actually do? Well, you're responsible for enforcing all of the federal laws in your district. And my district included Philadelphia. Now, if you want to enforce the law in Philadelphia, people sometimes look at you a little sideways. Right? Enforcing the law, the rule of law, that's not really something that goes over easy in Philadelphia all the time. But I did my job, and I had the audacity to put violent criminals in jail. I had the audacity to put corrupt public officials in jail. And I want to tell you about a little award I got for that. I got an award for doing that. I was given the award by the Philadelphia Inquirer editorial board. They voted me the #1 villain of 2020. For enforcing the law. So, the criticism can get pretty intense sometimes if you want to enforce the law in Philadelphia, especially on social media. People can be pretty nasty on social media. So I had people coming after me because of what I was doing and telling me to eat things that should never be eaten. Other people were telling me to stick things in parts of my body where those things should never be stuck. But I didn't care because I had a job to do. I had a job that President Trump gave me to do, and I was going to do it. And I thought of my job as this. My job as U.S. Attorney was to stand up for the good people in the community, the law-abiding people in the community, the people who wanted to make our community better. Those people deserve a voice too. And an important point about the good people is this. Good people come in all races, all ethnicities, all backgrounds, all religious faiths, all sexual orientations, all types of people. What matters is, do they follow the law? Do they respect our institutions? And do they want to make our community better? Those people need a voice. And I want to give you a little example. I'll call it a morality play of something that I was involved in as U.S. Attorney. It's a morality play from last summer, when we saw the summer of civil unrest in Philadelphia, and we saw the rioting and the looting and the arson and the various activities. So let me introduce the characters to you. And when we introduce the characters, feel free to register your approval or disapproval, whatever you like. But here's the first character in the morality play. You see the first slide, please. Larry Krasner. Larry Krasner is the DA of Philadelphia. And here he is kneeling with his people. He's cheering these people on during the summer of civil unrest. And he is an individual who has presided over one of the worst increases in violent crime and shootings and homicides in Philadelphia history. And he seems to be quite proud of that, oddly. Here's the next character in the morality play, Josh Shapiro. Now, he's nearly as bad as Krasner. He never stands up to Krasner, never holds him accountable, never pushes back on him, because he's terrified of the radical left. And he's a tool of the radical left. And here's the third character in the morality play, Governor Wolf, with his poster. In the height of the pandemic, when you couldn't go to work, when you couldn't send your children to school because the schools were closed, when your small business was destroyed, when you couldn't even have a funeral for a loved one, he was out there marching shoulder to shoulder with these folks. which is hypocrisy at its worst. And then the final character in the play, that guy. I would not want to mess around with that guy. Because that guy, he don't play, that guy right there. So let's set the scene of the morality play. Next slide, please. There we have it. That was what was going on in Philadelphia last summer. The police car upside down, torched, a crowd around it, celebrating. Next slide, please. And then we have get a little close up here. We've got F the police on the car, torched by an individual standing next to it. Seems proud of his handiwork. Let's go to the next slide. That is that individual. His name is Anthony Smith, Ant Smith. He was the individual in the previous slide, and there he is for a cover shoot in Philadelphia Magazine. Right, you know why Ant Smith was in Philadelphia Magazine? Because he was being honored as one of the most influential Philadelphians. Right, so he's not a fringe character. This is somebody who's a leader. This is somebody who Philadelphia, or the media in Philadelphia, is lauding. And look at the button. See that button there? What's that button say? Free 'em all. What does that mean? That means he's a prison abolitionist. He doesn't think there should be any prisons. If you're not going to have any prisons, why would you need any police? So let's just free them all. Free all the murderers. Free all the rapists. Free all the armed robbers. Free all the child molesters. That's what he believes. And he is being lauded by Philadelphia Magazine as one of the top 10 influential Philadelphians. Next slide, please. So here's a picture of an individual throwing a Molotov cocktail into a police car. It's about to be engulfed in flames. And this is Laura Elizabeth Blumenthal, who is doing this, a graduate of Penn Charter High School, one of the most exclusive private schools in Philadelphia, one of the most expensive private schools in Philadelphia. That 30-something white woke woman is about to torch a police car right in front of City Hall. That's City Hall, right behind the police car. And does she look worried about what's going to happen to her? Does she look worried about what she's doing? It's right there in broad daylight, right there in the most prominent place in the whole city. So my question for you is, what do law-abiding citizens think when they see that? What do good people in the community think when they see that? And I'll tell you exactly what they think, which is probably the same thing that you're thinking right now. They think that is BS. There's no other way to describe it. That is BS, and they want to know, what are their leaders going to do about it? What's Larry Krasner going to do about it? Nothing. What's Josh Shapiro going to do about it? Nothing. What's Governor Wolf going to do about it? Nothing. Well, I did something about that. I put her in jail. She's in the federal detention center right now awaiting trial, and after she's convicted, she will face a mandatory minimum 7 years in federal prison. Same thing with Ant Smith. I charged him with torching that police car and endangering everybody around him. And he is also facing a 7-year mandatory minimum penalty. And anybody else that I could identify who had torched a police car or blown up an ATM or started a riot or burned a building, they are all in jail. And I'm happy to tell you that it worked. Enforcing the law works. Deterrence works. Because after those 2 days at the end of May and the beginning of June, and we started charging these people, the word got out. If you torch a police car, if you start a riot, if you're an arsonist, if you do any of the things that folks like that are doing, McSwain was coming for you. And we didn't have any more riots. We didn't have any more burning police cars. We didn't have any more arson for the rest of the summer. The rest of the summer, we weren't like a lot of other cities around the country. Philadelphia had protests for the rest of the summer, but they did not have violence. We did not have that kind of BS. So it worked. And why did I do it? I did it because I had a responsibility as U.S. Attorney to stand up for the law and to know the difference between right and wrong and to do what I had to do regardless of personal consequence, and to do it because I had a responsibility to protect the community. And you know, we're going to have to elect a Republican governor in 2022, right? And I think what we need is we need a governor who knows right from wrong. We need a governor who acts on principle. We need a governor who does the right thing. We need a governor who cares about what's right for Pennsylvania and doesn't care about criticism. And we need a governor who cannot be intimidated by anybody or anything. That person is out there somewhere. Somewhere. I hope we find him or her. God bless you, God bless our Commonwealth, and God bless America. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bill. All right, we're going to move on now. We'll still be in legal land here. We're going to have a conversation about the proper role of the courts. And our two panelists are going to be Keith Naughton, who is the co-founder and principal at Silent Majority Strategies with expertise in public choice economics, public policy development, agenda setting, interest group politics, and political behavior. And then Russ Diamond, one of our favorite state representatives who drives people on the other side absolutely nuts. He represents the 102nd Legislative District in the Pennsylvania House of Representatives. The area he serves is entirely within Lebanon County, right here in central Pennsylvania. Exactly. So without further ado, I'll turn the panel to the two of them.
Great. Thank you, Jeffrey. Appreciate it. We go to the first slide, or actually the second slide. We're having some technical problems here. There we go. All right. You just snap your fingers, right? Let's start off with where we stand right now. Right now, there's a 5-2 deficit in the state Supreme Court. We have Justice Saylor is retiring, so that's the justice that would be replaced in this election. Supreme Court majorities are both won and lost over time. So as you see, you need to gain 2 more seats in order to gain the majority. So winning that majority starts this year. Win this race, we can get to majority in 2029. If not, we're looking at 2033, and that's 2 redistricting cycles that we would be in the minority. Now, 3 Democratic justices are up for retention in 2025, so it's possible that another seat could open up, but statistically speaking, a Pennsylvania justice is more likely to be forced in retirement or go to jail than be retained. That's not a joke, that's the truth, unfortunately. So normally, if we can win this race, we can be on track for a 2029 majority. So if we go to the next slide. If we go to the next slide. So these majorities, again, are built up over time. Now, in 1993, Republicans hadn't won a judicial election in decades. But by focusing on these races, by deciding to take them seriously, we're able to, over the next 8 years, gain that majority and gain it for that 2002 redistricting and gain that philosophical majority. Now notice that 3 out of 4 of these candidates who won, they were outspent. And you can expect that. You can still win if you're organized and you have an effective message. If we go to the next slide. So over the last several cycles, the majority has been retained and lost. Lost in 2007, gained in 2009 for the next redistricting. Then 2015, unfortunately, the bottom fell out and put us in that 5-2 deficit. And we fell behind because we weren't serious about winning. And that's really what elections are all about. They're about winning. They're about being focused. They're about having a strong message. They're about coming together. They're not about factionalism. They're not about worrying about whose friend is running and, oh, I'm upset because my candidate's not up there. Once you have the nomination, you have to pull together, and you have to pull together to win. That didn't happen in 2015. People lost their focus. They weren't serious enough, and that's how you end up losing races. So let's get to the next slide. How do you win these races? Well, they require a lot of laser focus, and I'll sort of flip these bullet points here. The number one thing is aggressive. You know, I like to say that campaigns and politics and elections, they're demand-driven, and what that means is the voter's in charge. A lot of times we make the mistake about talking to people about what we care about, what we're interested, what our sort of hobby horses are. Well, we've already made up our mind. You've got to talk about what that target voter is interested in, what that target group is interested in. You've got to address their concerns. When you do that, that's how you convince them. That's how you get them to turn out. That's how you get them to come out for your candidate. Don't worry about the Pennsylvania variation. They're against us. They're going to be against our candidates. We know that. Just set them aside. Don't worry about the legacy media. You know, there used to be a time where the legacy media addressed, where even people who disagreed with them would sort of look at their websites, take some of their opinions. You know, when I was running campaigns earlier, I used to tell my candidates, well, make sure you go through all your talking points and actually turn up the volume a little bit, because we want our talking points repeated. Reporters in these editorial boards would write these angry articles about how terrible our candidates were, but they were repeating all of our talking points. They were giving us votes, and they didn't realize it. They're a lot more easily manipulated than they like to believe. But now people are in their silos. So they're not really, so our voters, on your conservative news sources, that's where you want to get your message out. The third thing, and you've heard this a million times, every vote counts, and it's more true than ever in these types of judicial elections and off-year elections. 2020, nearly 7 million votes. The year before, 2.4 million. So what does that mean? That means that a voter in an off-year election is nearly 3 times as impactful as the voter in the presidential election. So every one of those, every marginal person, every additional person that you turn out means so much more. It's so much more critical. And you've got to find those 2%. Those are the people you want to look at. They've already signaled they're open to our candidate. They're open to this message about keeping the judicial system independent, keeping it under control, about not having overreach. And I'd argue there's about another 4 or 5% that are also concerned. They just weren't ready to go as far as amending the Constitution. So you've really got about 56, 57, 58% of the electorate that's ready to hear your message, that's ready to be convinced, that's ready to be turned out, and that's what you have to focus on. So strong messaging, get organized.
You're done.
You're up now.
Oh.
Yeah.
Thank you. Good morning,
5
everyone.
minutes, that's all.
Isn't it awesome to be in a place where you can see everyone's face? I really thank you for that, Keith. I mean, talking about the way we elect, or the nature of how we win elections is important, but the way we actually conduct our elections is probably just as important. And that's what I want to talk to you about today, because I have a constitutional amendment in the General Assembly. It's House Bill 38 to change the way we elect our statewide judges in the 3 appellate courts: Commonwealth Court, Superior Court, and the Supreme Court. And I think probably everyone in this room appreciates constitutional amendments today, don't you? Yes. Absolutely. So this constitutional amendment that I have, it has already passed one session of the General Assembly. It has moved out of committee in the House, and we are awaiting a movement onto the final floor of the House for that second round before we can send it to you so that you can go out to the polls and vote for it. And, constitutional amendments, just like any other legislation, they really should be aimed at solving a problem. The constitutional amendments we just passed solved the problem with a really bad emergency services management code, which we are going to have to go and fix. But House Bill 38 fixes a problem. It's going to cure a long-standing imbalance in our judicial system here in Pennsylvania. And what that imbalance is that certain areas of the Commonwealth are overrepresented on our courts, while other areas of our Commonwealth are underrepresented. And just to give you an example of that, currently speaking, mostly here I'm going to talk about 2 counties, Allegheny and Philadelphia County, and they contain 21.8% of Pennsylvania's population. 21.8%. That's a fifth of our population, but that's important to keep in mind as I read off these numbers to you. Currently, there are 28 seats that are filled. There's 31 total seats on these 3 statewide courts, but there are 28 that are occupied right now. 15 of those, or 53.6%, are people who hail from Allegheny and Philadelphia counties. This is not something new. It's not something that just happened, when we lost those 3 races in whatever year that was,
2015.
2015. This has been going on for over a half a century. I went back, Senator Ryan Aument's staff began this research, and I went back and completed it. I went back 52 years to the beginning of the Commonwealth Court. That's when we first got 3 courts in Pennsylvania from the Constitutional Convention in 1968. So over the last half century, we've had 152 jurists sit on these courts, but 86 of them, or 56.6%, have hailed from Allegheny and Philadelphia counties. Over the course of time, on the Supreme Court alone, 23 of 33 of our Supreme Court justices have come from Allegheny or Philadelphia counties. 69.7%. That's over 2/3 from those 2 counties. Remember, those 2 counties only hold 21.8% of Pennsylvania's population. On the Superior Court, it's 45 of 76 total seats over the last half century. That's 59.2%. Come from Allegheny and Philadelphia County, which only has 21.8% of the population. On the Commonwealth Court, it is a little bit better, 18 of 43 seats, but it's still 41.9%. Those 2 counties are represented at double their rate of population share. Now, to take this perspective in a different way, if we would apply this same kind of map from the Center for Rural Pennsylvania, which has ranked counties and classified them as either rural or urban based on their population per square mile. That average figure is 284 people per square mile in Pennsylvania. So any county with more than that per square mile, the Center for Rural Pennsylvania has considered an urban county, and anything under that they've considered a rural county. And that would be 19 urban counties in Pennsylvania and 48 rural counties. So since 1969, 137 of the 152, or 90.1%, have come from urban counties. Currently, that figure is 25 of 28, or 89.3% of our jurists on our appellate courts come from urban counties. I would say that rural Pennsylvania is a little bit underrepresented on those courts. So House Bill 38, what it would do, it would change our system of electing judges from everything being a statewide race to regional races. We would divide Pennsylvania into 7 Supreme Court districts, 15 Superior Court districts, and 9 Commonwealth Court districts. And then those jurists who run for those seats, those candidates who want to become an appellate court judge, they would have a residential requirement. They would have to reside in those districts not only before they run for that seat, but during their term of their office. This, I believe, would give you a chance to elect a judge you know to these appellate courts. Now, if you think about some of the rulings in the courts, let's just go back to, I mean, look, the reason we put the constitutional amendments on this past ballot was because of a court ruling. Because we did terminate the governor's disaster emergency last year, but there was a conflict between the Constitution and what the law said. The Constitution said that termination resolution had to get the governor's permission. But the law said we didn't have to get the governor's permission, so there's a conflict. Now, I believe the court should have just thrown out the Emergency Services Management Code entirely and ruled it unconstitutional because of that conflict, but they picked a different way. So we had to put these constitutional amendments on the ballot to let the courts know that the legislative intent is to be a check and balance on executive authority. So and you go back to the election rulings last year. I mean, they were horrific, right? So this is what we're going to try to cure, because that urban-rural divide is absolutely huge on our courts. And I'm not saying there's anything bad about anybody from an urban area, but there is a different judicial philosophy generally from urban areas than there are rural areas. And you can classify it either as conservative or liberal, or you can classify it as contextualist or the living, breathing theory. And look, whether you agree with any of those judicial temperaments at all, you have to acknowledge that they exist, and we need a mix of that on our appellate courts when they hear issues on appeal. Just like when we make statute in the General Assembly, we have a good mix of rural and urban Pennsylvania that comes to consensus, and we're not dominated by either the urban or the rural votes. So
when Russ, one of the first things that the Democratic majority did was completely out of context, and I think completely illegally, they threw out our congressional map in 2018.
Right.
And they basically said, you know what? We don't like these 4 Republican congressmen. We're just going to get rid of it because we have the majority.
Yeah.
That's the kind of abuse you have to stop.
I've got 7 seconds left here,
Sorry.
so I will just ask you to call your representatives and your senators and ask them to support judicial districts in Pennsylvania. Thank you very much, folks. God bless you.
That was great. Boy, if we've learned anything in Pennsylvania, it's the importance of judges, yes? Our next speaker is Tim Goeglein, who is the Vice President for External and Government Relations at Focus on the Family in Washington. He served in various high-level government posts for the past 2 decades. I think I first met him when he worked as a special assistant to President George W. Bush, where he was the Deputy Director of the White House Office of Public Liaison from 2001 to 2008, and he's also served as a Senior Fellow at the Heritage Foundation. As an author myself, I always want to make sure that when we've got somebody up here with books that we tell you about it. He's written The Man in the Middle, Faith and Politics in the George W. Bush Era. His latest book is American Restoration, How Faith, Family, and Personal Sacrifice Can Heal Our Nation. And he just told me he has a 3rd coming out, which I think he said was More Perfect Union. So without further ado, here is Tim Goeglein.
Good morning, everyone. Great to see you. It is wonderful to be at my fourth Pennsylvania Leadership Conference. I'm especially grateful to Loman Henry and all of my favorite Pennsylvanians, Michael Geer of the Pennsylvania Family Institute, who works so closely with Focus on the Family, Colin and Pricey Hanna with Let Freedom Ring, and of course my favorite academic and all of our favorite academic, Paul Kengor, who, by the way, appears in a brand new film from Focus on the Family, which came out 3 weeks ago. We've already had 750,000 views. It's on Ronald Reagan and his faith. You can find it easily on the Focus on the Family website with one click of your mouse. And of course, as Jeff referenced, after 35 years of living and working in Washington, D.C., it is so great to be back in America this morning. I've missed the country, and I was looking at your beautiful flag, which is one of the flags that has not yet been attacked in cancel culture, although, as you all know, virtue, liberty, and independence are woven into your flag, so prepare for Wokistan to come for you. By the way, how ironic that of all the places that we could be meeting on a Saturday morning to speak about cancel culture, that we are meeting a mere 106 miles from the front door of Independence Hall and a mere 24 miles from the Visitor Center at Valley Forge. I think we have to remember that the British thought that they could cancel us as well, and we know how that worked out. Cancel culture has had many chapters in the short book of American history. But the deeper irony is that cancel culture as we know it actually began in the elite universities of the West Coast, in the so-called free speech movement. And many people thought that it was about, liberals who wanted to remake conservative institutions. That was completely incorrect. It was about radicals who wanted to remake liberal institutions. They succeeded in the elite universities. They moved to most of the public colleges and universities. And today, 2021, it is actually objectively fair to say that with very few exceptions, all of the private and public universities and colleges have been swept into cancel culture and wokeism. The tenured radicals, by and large, have succeeded. And now here we are in June of 2021, living amid the Great Awakening. We are in a massive contest of ideas. But make no mistake, this is a cultural revolution that is bigger than the moral and the social revolution of the 1960s and 70s. And whoever wants this generation of young people is going to get them, because the other side fully understands and has worked to inculcate a generation of cultural amnesia and cultural smog. And I think it is sobering, to say the least, that the incubators of the next generation of Americans are by and large the public schools. And I think one of the largest historical questions is, why do people overwhelmingly, not in the center and center left, but people overwhelmingly in the center right and right, why do we Americans continue to send our children into the public school system or into the better private school system, and then appear to be shocked that just a few years later, they seem to emerge ipso facto with another worldview. In other words, we in America are living presently in a combination of the Twilight Zone, Alice in Wonderland, and the Orwellian moment. And let us all be sobered by the warning of George Orwell. He said that the first duty of an intelligent person is to go restate the obvious. We are in a moment where our first duty as conservatives regarding our remarkable country, culture, and civilization is to go restate the obvious with a new generation of Americans. COVID has definitively been a health pandemic, but never letting a crisis go to waste, progressives have brought us through what is now definitively a cultural pandemic. We just saw those powerful images. I want us all, just for a moment, again, standing, of all places, in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the cradle of our constitutional republic. You have to internalize the fact that George Washington has been routinely besmirched. Lincoln has been toppled from his monument in 7 American cities. Benjamin Franklin, toppled. John Marshall, our greatest Chief Justice of the United States, his name has been peeled off one of the elite law schools in our country. Streets and schools have been summarily renamed. Businesses have been intimidated. And yes, ready for a new word? Plywooded. Churches have been torched. The Church of the President, across from Lafayette Square in the White House, torched. Our public buildings, the United States Supreme Court, the U.S. Capitol building, the 3 Senate office buildings, the 3 House office buildings, our Library of Congress, they have been gated, ringed with soldiers and German Shepherd dogs and M16s. Books have been banned. Pronouns have been imposed. The thought police that Orwell warned us of have come to the shores of the United States of America. And lives and families have been turned upside down and been placed in opposition to one another. And then, of course, there is the 1619 Project. This is rooted in Marxism. That is objectively the case. That our beloved, exceptional, remarkable country, the liberator country, has been turned into the country that was founded in the slave ships coming to the shores of Virginia, versus the 1776 Commission report. Did you notice the left pays attention to culture? President Biden was president less than 48 hours when the 1776 Commission was stripped, banned, and thrown, they thought, into the proverbial ash heap. Who wants the next generation? Remember, young people, and we know this at Focus on the Family, young people are 1/2 of our population, but they are 100% of our future. And the left has a plan to, in their words, and I'm quoting, get this generation. We have all heard, just in the last few panel meetings and speeches, that freedom can be lost, that there is nothing written in the proverbial stars, that America is now and will be forever the leader of freedom in the world. But you say, we're not all Abraham Lincoln. We're not all Benjamin Franklin. We're not all George Washington. You know, a lot of us are like Byron Tanner Cross. Do you know that name? Tanner is the type of physical education instructor you want teaching your children and your grandchildren. At 38 years of age, this Leesburg Elementary School PE teacher in Loudoun County, Virginia, a mere 20 miles from my front door, is a committed, energetic, enthusiastic, and deeply principled young teacher. He is a man who refuses to bow to woke politics and propaganda. So perhaps it is no surprise that Mr. Cross found himself wrapped up in a controversy last month after, yes, objecting to his school district's new transgender policy. In short, he refused to call boys girls and girls boys. And for that, what happened to him? Suspended and threatened with losing his job altogether. Cross took his case to court and, by God's grace, won an injunction. Officials were ordered to reinstate him as a teacher. My friends, Tanner is the best of us. And he is and could easily be you, your family, your neighborhood. When they attack him, they're attacking you. Loudoun County Circuit Judge James Plowman, to his great credit, called the school's suspension, and I'm quoting from his decision, extreme and vindictive. And of course, conservatives were the first ones rightfully to celebrate and to give praise to Providence for what happened. But remember, as we have learned this morning, there is an appeals process. Yes, I saw 3 people shake their heads, yes. And we are learning to find out now whether the Loudoun County School District will decide to, in fact, prosecute this case even further. And I think it's quite possible, in fact, that they will. But I must say, I am a hopefulist to the core. This hypocritical sense of language of love and tolerance on one hand, but vindictiveness and prosecution on the other side cannot stand in the American experience. I believe very strongly that the best days of our beloved Commonwealth and country are ahead, but as never before, we are learning that democracy is not a spectator sport. We have never needed conservatives to grab hold of the public policy, legal, communication lapels in America more than now. We need conservatives involved more than now. Remember, disparagement and discouragement and despair is a form of sin, because for those of us who are men and women of faith, it negates the hope of God Himself. And in the American experience, we know for sure that this is a beloved and remarkable country ordained by God. So let's have hope, but let's begin and end every day by saying, onward. Here we go. Let's cancel culture. God bless.
All right, thank you, Tim. Our next speaker is Jason Sneed. He is the Executive Director of the Honest Elections Project. What is that? What is the honest election here? I'm from Pennsylvania. I'm not familiar with this. Prior to heading the project, Jason spent 10 years at the Heritage Foundation, where he had the honor to work for former Attorney General Ed Meese, someone who was a favorite of mine, having worked for me in the Reagan White House. One got to know Ed Meese, who was the best of people and made very serious contributions then and still keeps going here at the Heritage Foundation. During Jason's tenure at Heritage, he rose to become a senior policy analyst and a recognized expert on a wide range of subjects. He regularly studied, wrote, and spoke on topics ranging from criminal justice and civil asset forfeiture reform to technology policy and the regulation of drones in American skies. Maybe we could get drones in voting booths here just to keep an eye on things. So without further ado, here is Jason Sneed.
Thank you. And thanks to the PLC for inviting me to this conference. This is my first time and I'm delighted to be here. I'm also very glad to see that we're focusing so much attention on the crucial issue of election integrity. After all, elections are the cornerstone of our republic, and right now they are suffering from a credibility crisis. At the Honest Elections Project, we are doing everything we can to reverse that trend, and I know the people in this room feel the same way. We have a simple mission: to make it easy to vote and hard to cheat. We use advocacy, public engagement, and litigation to advance that common sense goal. And before last year's election, we were engaged in the courts and in the court of public opinion to defend the rule of law and the basic safeguards that ensure that we do not have election fraud and give voters the confidence to know that their ballots are being counted and that elections are fair and accurate. The truth is, the 2020 election was unlike any other. It was marred by confusion, by haphazard changes to voting laws, and a progressive legal blitz of unprecedented scope, more than 200 lawsuits before the November election, all used to try to use the court system to undemocratically weaken the voting safeguards and skew the rules for partisan advantage. Today, millions of Americans harbor grave doubts about the legitimacy of future elections. Voters are asking basic questions. Why is it so difficult for the world's greatest democracy to run a smooth democratic election? Why can I track an Amazon package across the globe, but I can't track a ballot across a single county? And why is it okay to ask for ID to buy a beer, board an airplane, or to get a COVID vaccine that might save my life, but it's repugnant if you ask for one to vote? If we don't address those concerns, they risk hardening into apathy and disengagement. And that's why I believe that the top priorities of election reform must be to restore voter confidence, to rebuild lost trust, and to modernize our election laws and the infrastructure that support them. We need to remember one thing. The right to vote is not just a right to cast a ballot. It is also a right to have that ballot counted in a legitimate and secure election. That is a two-part formula. It's a two-part formula for success that will ensure that our elections reflect the will of voters. Access and integrity are equally important, and the election system that gives us both is the one that works the best. Access, after all, is crucial if we're talking about a credible and inclusive democracy. Fortunately, we've made tremendous gains in the last half-century to rectify the injustices that once closed the ballot box on the basis of race. The results of that work, I say, speak for themselves. Recent elections have set turnout and diversity records. In fact, in 2018, the electorate that year saw an historic surge across all racial demographics. Black turnout even outpaced white turnout. You don't read that too often in the media. Many activists would focus this conversation exclusively on convenience, but we know there is that second component, integrity. No matter what you read in the New York Times, there is fraud in every election. Just last year in Paterson, New Jersey, that city was ground zero for a fraud scheme that involved an attempt to rig a municipal election. And today, 4 people, including a city councilman and a councilman-elect, are under indictment. In 2018, a North Carolina congressional election had to be redone when vote traffickers tampered with or destroyed hundreds of ballots, disenfranchising voters in the process. There are many, many more examples of proven fraud in recent years. I don't bring this up to question the results of last year's presidential election, but merely to make the point that we cannot take the security of our elections for granted. The public has a right to know that steps are being taken to safeguard the process, just the same as we can expect public officials to tackle other forms of public corruption. In 2005, former President Jimmy Carter led a federal election commission that noted, and I quote, "The electoral system cannot inspire public confidence if no safeguards exist to deter or detect fraud or to confirm the identity of voters." Well, progressives should listen to Jimmy Carter. Unfortunately, activists like Stacey Abrams and politicians today as high up as President Biden himself have spent months pushing a narrative that America is gripped by a rash of new Jim Crow voting laws that put the very right to vote itself at risk. Well, that kind of rhetoric is plainly intended to stoke outrage and to distract from just how common sense the laws at issue truly are. It's also been designed to build pressure on Congress to adopt extreme proposals like H.R. 1, which is an 800-page bill that would rewrite the voting laws in all 50 states. Among its many unpopular and, dare I say, unconstitutional provisions, the abolition of voter identification, the legalization of unrestricted vote trafficking, and the elimination of the most basic common sense safeguards for absentee ballots. Now, Joe Manchin committed last week to preserving the filibuster, so for now, that legislation appears to be dead. But progressives are already shifting to a new strategy and pushing the next bill, H.R. 4, the Voting Rights Advancement Act. Just like H.R. 1, this new proposal would let Washington grab control over state voting laws and empower bureaucrats to play politics with our elections and veto the most basic safeguards in voting. Advocates at bottom say it is too hard to vote in American elections and that states are deliberately trying to make it harder. Don't buy it. It has never been easier to vote. States have gone out of their way to make voting more convenient. In fact, last year, 94% of voters told researchers at the Pew Foundation that it was easy or very easy to cast a ballot. It's important that voting be easy, but there is more to it. The media loves to frame election reform solely on the basis of whether it expands or restricts access to the vote. But that adopts a one-sided equation, and it ignores the other half of that voting rights equation, the right to a secure process. In fact, it reduces it at best to an irrelevance, and at worst, as a smokescreen for voter suppression. But if we let the right to vote become exclusively a right to cast a ballot and increasingly a demand to count every ballot that arrives, even if it does not comply with the law or arrive by legal deadlines, the result will only be more chaos and less clarity in our elections. The activists who push that line of thinking the hardest insist that making voting more convenient will increase turnout. Ironically, it may do the opposite. Last year, the Knight Foundation surveyed 12,000 persistent non-voters. The reason that these people have checked out of democracy has nothing to do with how difficult voting is. In fact, they overwhelmingly said it was easy to vote. Rather, they have, per the survey, quote, a lack of faith in our election system, coupled with, quote, serious doubts about the impact of their own votes. Eroding the mechanisms that preserve the integrity of the vote may only deepen their concerns and drive more Americans into the non-voting camp. In fact, earlier this year in Congress, New Hampshire's Secretary of State, Bill Gardner, the longest-serving Secretary of State in history, and a Democrat, by the way, told senators in Washington that convenience does not automatically drive turnout. In fact, he looked back across decades of data and compared voter turnout in New Hampshire to Oregon, which has all vote-by-mail elections. Before Oregon made that switch, Oregon led New Hampshire in turnout. After, New Hampshire has taken the lead. In other words, there is more to voting than just ease and convenience. That's why we need to balance access with security. Another way to put that is that we should be making it easier to vote and harder to cheat. That is the direction that most Americans want. For all its fire and noise, the activist left is out of touch with most voters. Believe it or not, there is a bipartisan consensus on election issues. By overwhelming margins, Americans reject making voting easier at the expense of the protections of the process. By a 3-to-1 margin, voters want to add safeguards to enhance voter confidence rather than eliminate them to make it easier to vote. That gives us a cardinal direction for voting reform. Voters want an election system they can trust, with clear and consistent rules, fair safeguards, and accessible practices. So when it comes to election integrity, there are a few best practices that we believe every state should adopt. First up, voter ID. Despite years of work trying to convince Americans that asking for ID is discriminatory, more than 3/4 of voters today support photo ID laws, including, and that includes majorities of Black and Hispanic voters. In other words, the left cannot even convince the ostensible victims of these policies that they are actually discriminatory. And despite persistent claims that voter identification laws depress turnout, we know that's not true. There is empirical evidence to resist that. In fact, in most states, when you adopt a voter ID law, turnout goes up. Mail-in voting needs greater safeguards. For example, mail-in ballots should have the same voter ID laws as in-person ballots. 2/3 of voters favor that. Complying with an ID law in that context is as easy as writing a driver's license or a social security number on a ballot. ID laws cut down on the risk of fraud and the risk that ballots will be mistakenly rejected. That's a win-win. Unsolicited mail ballots should never be mailed en masse. And deadlines for voters to request them, deadlines for voters to request ballots need to be shifted back far enough before Election Day so ballots can be mailed to them and mailed back. The alternative approach, moving the deadline forward and then accepting late ballots, unnecessarily risks delaying election results and only complicates the jobs of overworked election officials in the busy final days of voting. Pre-processing of ballots can also help expedite results, too. Organized vote trafficking by political operatives should be barred. The Carter-Baker Commission I mentioned earlier recommended that be done 15 years ago because it is so obvious that there are opportunities for abuse and intimidation and coercion when you put political operatives with a vested interest in the outcome of an election in direct contact with voters and let them take possession of their ballots without supervision. It's time to end that practice once and for all. If drop boxes are going to be used in elections, there should be uniform standards for their deployment. We need to ensure the physical safety of these boxes as well. They should be staffed or covered by video surveillance at all times. The voting process should be as transparent as possible. This means pre- and post-election audits for processes, equipment, and results. And we need guarantees of adequate access for poll watchers to the entire voting process. We need clear rules, and they must be consistently applied. Pennsylvanians have already seen how the results of elections can shift when counties interpret laws differently, say by counting or not counting undated ballots. Private funding should be barred in our election system, or at least it must go through a public process that ensures equitable distribution so private billionaires cannot swing the results by changing how we run elections. Lawsuits, and particularly collusive settlements, should not be an avenue for activists and their political allies to change the rules of voting, especially in the final days of an election, when doing so only risks chaos and confusion. This happened repeatedly last year, and it undermines the rule of law. Legislatures can take steps to rein that in. In fact, just days ago, Pennsylvania lawmakers announced a comprehensive new voting bill that does all of this and more, and I think that we'll learn more about that on the next panel. So let me close here with this. Election reform is a bipartisan issue, and it truly is about principles, not politics. Everyone deserves an election system they can trust, and the responsibility is ours to advocate for it, to deliver it, and defend it. Across the country, states are stepping up to the plate, and they are enduring withering attacks from the left for it. I expect the same will be true here in Pennsylvania. But no matter how heated the rhetoric gets or vitriolic the attacks become, the people are with us. They don't want chaotic elections, they want accessible elections. In other words, they want it to be easy to vote, but hard to cheat. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to move on now to a panel on ensuring election integrity. It's going to be moderated by our friend Rebecca Euler, who worked on the voter ID law for Governor Tom Corbett, as I recall the story. She's the president and CEO of the Pennsylvania Motor Truck Association, a statewide organization founded in 1928. I don't remember that. To preserve, strengthen, and promote the interest of the trucking industry in Pennsylvania. Chris Wright will be joining us. He is a grassroots liberty activist who's in the leadership of the Potomac Tea Party, a national Tea Party with members in several states, including Pennsylvania. He started the Obamacare Truth Squad, which has been reporting all the bad news about Obamacare, Medicaid expansion, and Medicare for All since 2012. Seth Grove, what can I say? He is a state representative from Pennsylvania, from York. And he's doing a terrific job there, and he will be on the panel for us. And then last, but certainly not least, is our own Scott Davis, who is an elected judge of elections and is running for constable in Lower Paxton Township, Dauphin County. So behave out there, you know, I mean, he's watching. He began working on campaigns and later joined with the Young Republicans of Pennsylvania. He's proudly served as it says, as a judge of elections. Let me just add, as an honest judge of elections. He will not be indicted like the guys in Philadelphia. And prior to that, he was the elected majority inspector since 2013 on a single write-in vote. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, here is Rebecca and the panel.
Okay, good morning, everyone. You hearing me all right? It's great to see such a big crowd here today, and I'm so happy to hear that elections has come up several times during the PLC, a testament to what an important issue we have here. But I have to say, when I found out the topic of the panel I was asked to lead today, I found it a bit challenging to limit the topic, the discussion about elections to half an hour. As you can imagine, we have a lot to discuss. And like I said, in fact, it's come up several times in PLC, and we just listened to Jason Sneed, who gave a wonderful overview of some of the issues that we're dealing with. Yesterday, Senator Mastriano talked about it and told us that almost half of voters have questions about the integrity of last year's election, which to me is incredibly worrisome. Jesse Waters talked about it last night. For better or worse, he was clearly familiar with the specific details that caused problems in Pennsylvania. And of course, many of these problems were caused by the actions of the Pennsylvania Supreme Court last year, and Judge Kevin Brobson talked about that last night too. And I believe we do have an election integrity workshop this afternoon. So glad to hear, you know, it's been such a priority here at the PLC, so we're happy to have our panel here today. I actually did a quick Google search this morning because I was kind of curious. And despite what the mainstream media continues to tell us, we all know that this is a critically important issue. Just my quick Google search this morning, I sort of looked up, you know, what are people saying about questions about the 2020 election, people who are raising questions. And some of the words I found to describe, you know, some of these integrity questions that have been raised are not true, refuted, no evidence, misrepresentation, false claims, incorrect, and discredited. So in short, questioning the integrity of the election has been canceled. Apparently, we're not allowed to do that in mainstream media, but that's exactly why we need to discuss it in forums like this. And I know this is because most of us realize that the very basis of our representative form of government relies on people having faith in the integrity of our elections process. And when it's called into question, it threatens our confidence in our leaders and in our very institutions. So that's why it's such an important topic to discuss. In our panel today, we are fortunate to have perspectives from from all three levels actually, local, state, and national levels here, to give us some insight into issues of election integrity. With that, I want to jump right in with Representative Grove. Your committee, you're a chairman of the House State Government Committee, which is the committee that is tasked with overseeing elections in Pennsylvania. Lucky you.
It's a labor of love.
Yes, right. Well, your committee did an incredibly thorough investigation of election laws in Pennsylvania this year. And I have it here, you actually had 31 and a half hours of hearings and 52 testifiers. Incredibly thorough. You just recently issued a 98-page report, which we joked before coming up here he was going to read for the panel today, but we talked him out of it. So he's going to give us a little bit of a summary. He's also since called Pennsylvania's election laws god-awful, which I think is an incredible description. So Representative Grove, can you tell us more about what the committee found and why you believe Pennsylvania's election laws are god-awful?
Yeah, we found numerous issues within our election law. Number one, our election law is rooted in 1937. That's when the Election Code of Pennsylvania was passed. And if you're curious, my former colleague, Representative Will Tallman, was the prime sponsor of that legislation in 1937. I don't think Frank Ryan's here. I normally joke with him about age, so sorry, Will. You get it. We found a lot of discerning facts. Number one, it starts with the voter registration system. Voter registration is the key to access the entire election system. We have on record sworn testimony from elections director that they do not need to validate voter registration applications. Think about that. In the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, your first security check is optional. That scared a lot of members when we heard that. So that is a priority in House Bill 1300, which I just introduced this past week, fixing that entire voter registration system. We have this thing called Web API that was developed before we had online voter registration that allowed third-party entities to register voters and send that data up. They keep the name, they keep the address, they keep the Social Security, last four of the Social Security, they keep the driver's license address, they keep the signature. In perpetuity, they have that on every voter. Normally they use it for voter outreach, but with mail-in ballots, it's the same information you can apply for a mail-in ballot. We asked the Department of State if they have any internal controls to prevent a third-party entity like Rock the Vote, Tom Wolf for Governor, or any other liberal group or organization out there that is a third-party vendor in this, to stop them from using voter registration data to apply for a mail-in ballot without the consent of the voter. Their silence was deafening. Those are salient internal controls that are happening right now in our election system, and those are the internal controls we need to fix, because we need to make sure we have an accessible election system where every legal voter has the opportunity to exercise their God-given rights. But at the same time, and this is the part my friends across the aisle miss, it has to be secure so you have trust in that election and you keep bad actors out of the system. So those are two major points we found. We found a lot of other issues, but I think those are the two most salient ones, because that voter registration is the key to all of it. The entire system operates on that first step of voter registration.
Right. Well, let's turn things over to Scott. You've been on the front lines in a polling place in Pennsylvania, Lower Paxton Township, I believe, right? Right across the river in Dauphin County. What are your takeaways from the 2020 election, and how would you say changes in election administration how has it changed over the past couple of years, would you say, from your perspective?
Yeah, from my perspective, being there, working the polls, in 2020, we got new voting machines. That was done through that process that was really slammed down the different counties. But when I look at it, it was the miscommunication, the misdirection, the lack of good communication coming from the state level. It seemed like every day leading into the election, something changed. And different counties, even different polling places administered things differently. The one best example is I didn't even realize in Act 77 that polling places are no longer required to post the ballots from that election on the door at the end of the night. The poll watchers were asking me if I knew. I'm like, I'm posting them. I have nothing to hide, because they were being told that other ones were saying they're not posting them anymore because it says they don't need to. And it doesn't make sense, because even with the information of who voted at my precinct, that's important. But why it was in there is because half the votes are no longer counted in the precinct. When you're taking all these ballots, my neighbors, putting those ballots into one big room, that's, I think, the biggest change. And I think it's the biggest change that needs reverted, because the precinct, the judges lost that hand, lost that touch, because now those ballots are going to some warehouse, they're sitting there, and people that don't know any of those people are processing those. The amount of people every year that come in, and we write deceased on a number of lines in the poll books, because people passed away. And year after year, sometimes 2-3 years, we're still writing it for those same people. So it does take time for the poll books to get updated, but to go back to the root of the question, I think the biggest changes was just the lack of good communication, and it was at the state level. Dauphin County, I have to give credit, Dauphin County, an amazing job. I think we have one of the best voting directors in the state. Jerry Fieser deserves all the credit, and absolutely he does a phenomenal job. But it's just county by county, there's a lot of discrepancies, there's a lot of miscommunication.
Well, Chris, you have the unique experience of tracking election reform efforts more broadly across the country. What can you tell us about some of the best practices in election administration around the country?
Thank you, Rebecca. Ladies and gentlemen, if we don't fix this issue, there are no other issues. I'm giving you the perspective of a full-time activist with 12 plus years of experience, general experience, and I'm going to give you 3 best practices in 3 minutes. If you're going to work this issue, first, join a state election integrity network. If there isn't one in your state, create one. I started one in Virginia at my suggestion. One was started in Michigan. They are now up to 95 groups and 500 volunteers to work this issue. Among the things a state network can do is avoid duplication of effort, identify best practices and best trainings around the state, call all hands on deck. For example, what's going on in Michigan at the moment, they have a movement underway to collect citizen affidavits to ask for audits of election results, and there are now thousands of citizen affidavits being collected in the state of Michigan, and the Michigan Election Integrity Network is facilitating that. Pennsylvania has a statewide election integrity group. It's called the PA Voters United. They have a table in the back of the exhibit hall, and I encourage you to visit there today to see how you can help. They have 20,000 members already, and they are on the web at pavotersunited.com. Second, join a national call. I'm aware of 3 national calls. One is run by Tea Party Patriots, another is run by the Defend organization out of Florida, and the third is Phil Klein's Amistad Project. I'm on the third call, the Amistad call, every Tuesday morning. It's excellent, very well run. Pennsylvania people are on that call, including Dr. Bob from Bucks County, and there are about 20 states represented each Tuesday morning. And this is where I learned how people are obtaining voter data, lots of ideas for state legislation in my state, and the whole story of the Maricopa County election audit, as told by an Arizona legislator who was on the call. He was involved in the whole effort. My third recommendation is to learn how to deconstruct the left's phony voter suppression narrative. They've been getting away with saying the same stupid stuff for at least 10 years, and it's time to push back. I have handouts on election integrity, including how to tear apart the voter suppression narrative. They're on the Potomac Tea Party table exhibit in the back of the exhibit hall, or you can write me at mail@potomacteaparty.com. Rebecca, back to you.
Great. Thank you. Well, I want to have a little bit of a discussion here for a few minutes, and we're going to focus on a couple of key points. First of all, from a personal perspective, having worked in elections at the Pennsylvania Department of State for a long time, it was always challenging navigating the balance between the county's responsibility for elections in Pennsylvania and for the state to ensure uniformity, because uniformity is critical to our elections. So I wanted to give that a little bit of thought because it clearly was an issue last year, and actually last year seemed to be sort of a perfect storm on this issue for many reasons, as most of you are aware. Scott, how did this play out at the local level? What did you see in the polling place?
This last election, I think things went really smooth for the primary. You had some issues throughout the different areas, but this primary I think went really smooth. Going back into 2020, I think that was the challenging one. And there were a lot of people. And again, I'm in Lower Paxton 20 has 1,100 registered voters. So for the most part, I run past these neighbors' houses on a regular basis. I know most of my neighbors. I've lived in the neighborhood pretty much my entire life. So I know most of my neighbors. But there were so many people I didn't know, I never saw, and it wasn't even that they were first-time voters. And I've never seen them at a polling place, or I've never seen them come vote before. And that kind of was a little suspicious, but we moved on and we followed the rules that are set aside of if it says check ID for first-time voters, we check the ID. You're always going to have that one person that insists on showing the ID because he believes he should be, and he does. But overall, the process has changed, the process has evolved, and the people know what to expect when they come and they go through that process. So there's a lot of different things that I'd love to see get changed, move forward, but continue on to the next point, and we'll finalize with that.
Well, Representative Grove, was there anything specific to sort of uniformity that your committee found that you could talk about? Differences between how counties administered things, for example?
So whenever we discuss policy, at least in the House Republican caucus, we always talk about that doctrine called the Pennsylvania Constitution. That is the preeminent law of the land which restricts government's ability to inflict damage on your lives on a day-to-day basis. That law has a section in it for uniformity of elections and voter registration. Uniformity of elections and registration. It doesn't say counties you can do whatever you want, whenever you want. It has to be a uniform policy so every voter, whoever walks in, whatever polling place in Pennsylvania, has the exact same treatment and has the exact same ability to vote. What we saw in the past few election cycles and was driven by the Department of State guidance is non-uniformity of elections in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. 67 counties are running 67 elections. That is unconstitutional. That is not allowed. Now, we heard a lot of testimony from counties. Now, county governments, local governments, usually don't come to Harrisburg and say, give us more laws, more regulations, more rules. It never happens. Actually, I can't think of a time that it did happen, except with elections. We had election officials begging us to create uniformity. We had elections directors, when asked about why was Montgomery County and the blue-collar counties curing ballots and doing pre-canvassing ahead of the 7 a.m. deadline. One director said, it's illegal, I didn't do it because it's against the law. I love that director. They're doing their job. They're executing the elections based on the law. This last election cycle, we had to basically threaten Philadelphia election commissioners with impeachment because they violated the law. They violated a court ruling from the Supreme Court. They violated our statute. And even the Department of State, I'm sure they hated doing it, but we backed Governor Wolf into a corner, and they came out and said, yeah, you're actually violating the law. They backtracked and did not count illegal ballots in Philadelphia because we said, we're done litigating. I'm done. No more litigation. You break the law. If we have to enforce it using impeachment power, we're going to go do that. We will hold you accountable for illegal actions. No more court cases out of the House Republican caucus. We're done. So that's a big part of our election law moving forward. accessibility, security and integrity, which my colleagues across the aisle tend to forget is an important part about the election system, right? And making sure we have accountability in that system at the end of the day. So there's a lot of work we can do, and there's a lot of great policies we put into place in House Bill 1300 to make sure we actually abide by the Constitution and have uniform elections and standards here in the Commonwealth.
Great. Well, I think we need to talk about voter ID. I don't know about you all, but I believe that it's critically important. Pennsylvania passed a voter ID law almost a decade ago, but it was overturned by a state court. You see a theme there, maybe. And Governor Wolf actually has said just recently that voter ID would be a poison pill in any election reform bill, and that he would veto it because it suppresses the vote. Chris, you talked a little bit about the voter suppression narrative that the left likes to push. Do voter ID requirements suppress the vote?
Not according to a 2019 study by the National Bureau of Economic Research. Based on 10 years of actual turnout data from voter ID states, the study concluded that voter ID laws have, quote, no negative effect on registration or turnout overall or for any specific group defined by race, gender, age, or party affiliation, close quote. In other words, the study concluded there is no statistically observable change in voting behavior that can be attributed to voter ID laws. Voter turnout went up, not down, in Georgia, North Carolina, and a Texas county after voter ID was instituted. Voter ID laws enjoy 75% support in the polls, with high support among blacks and other minorities. And voter ID laws have been upheld by just about every court that's looked at them. So no, voter ID laws do not suppress the vote.
Well, Representative Grove, does the House have a plan for voter ID going forward?
Yep, it is in our Voting Rights Protection Act, which was unveiled on Thursday. It's House Bill 1300. The first section of the bill is having legislative standing for any court case. The section is enhanced voter ID requirements for every person voting in person in the Commonwealth. That is in that because we think it's important. Our law is rooted, and if you think about elections, have always been rooted in this agrarian society in 1937 where everybody knew who they were, right? That's not society today. When I go walk around my neighborhoods during elections, I have my street list. I don't know all my neighbors. Poll workers, judge of elections, they don't know their neighbors to say, oh, you know, the Smith family just moved out, so John and Martha Smith, they're not going to vote this time around. But the Schmitz, they just moved in, they just registered to vote, we know them, they're going to come in. That doesn't happen in today's society. You don't know your neighbors all the time, and that's okay. But you need to modernize your system to ensure that those individuals aren't illegally voting by using your name. It's really an identity fraud issue, and we want to close that. Even the President Carter, Jimmy Baker report discussed this, and they came back on the side of you need to have voter ID to make sure you have trust in election system and prevent individuals from exploiting that system. It is an internal control issue that desperately needs closed in this state. And listen, we had a 7-year pilot program. Every first-time voter, whether you're newly registered or voting at your polling place in the same time, is required to show ID in the Commonwealth. How many court cases have we had in those 7 years that have said it has disenfranchised or suppressed votes? I can't think of a single one. It has worked, it is effective, and we do not have any court cases or any issues with voter ID, current policy in Pennsylvania. There is no reason to extend that out and give the voters and the general public the confidence in every single election we have moving forward.
Well, it's like Scott mentioned. I've seen folks in the polling place who insist on pulling out their ID and showing it to you. A lot of people feel very strongly about that issue. So House Bill 1300, contact your state House member and ask them to support Representative Grove's bill. Some final thoughts here. So I just wanted to give you an opportunity to give us some final thoughts on the elections process and where you think things will be going from here in the area of elections integrity and elections reform. Scott, do you have any closing thoughts?
Yeah, I think the integrity of the vote is one of the most important foundational principles of what makes the United States the great nation that it really should be and is. And I think one of the first things that needs addressed is the penalty for anyone that votes illegally or tampers with an election as an election official, going the whole way up to the county level that's, manipulating or improperly staffing the ballots. The penalties have to be there. A slap on the wrist and saying, oh, you can come back next election because we need volunteers desperately, isn't the way to do it. I mean, it almost pushes the line of treason, to some point, but it really should be classified at least at a felony level because it is the root of what makes America great. So if you look at the overall integrity of it, increasing those penalties, the other big piece that I truly believe, and I'm sure there's judges of elections out there that would disagree, but the ballots need to come back to the precincts. They need to come back. We need a way to really vet those at the precinct level. No more collecting them up until the day of or the day after the election because, a riot took place and I'm going to extend it for this county because they had, riots going on. Bringing those back in. Ballots have to be collected multiple days, in advance of when it is. If you're mailing it in, it's not that hard to do. Getting them back into the hands of the judge. That way, when someone comes in to vote and say, "Hey, I mailed it in, but I want to, surrender that one and vote here," it's, "Hey, here you go." That's how the process was for years, and it worked. Now I understand there's more ballots that are being mailed in today, but still, the judges can handle it. The machines work. The machines are secure, at least the ones in Dauphin County. And the last thing, and then I want to obviously give time to my colleagues here, but uniformity is also key. It has to be the same across the line.
Okay. Chris, would you like to tell us for parting thoughts?
Thank you. There are lots of short lists of suggested electoral reforms, including one from the Heritage Foundation. They're all pretty similar to the 2005 Carter-Baker Commission bipartisan commission recommendations for voter ID, curbing mail-in balloting, cleaning up the voter rolls, and not impeding the work of election observers. Some ideas not getting so much attention are whistleblower protections for registrars and clerks who step forward to report problems, closer supervision of elections by a joint committee of the state legislature. That's an Amistad Phil Klein favorite recommendation. And my personal favorite is numbered ballots. There were plans for a bill for this in South Dakota. Think of it, every single ballot accounted for and no more middle of the night ballot dumps. How refreshing.
Representative Grove.
Those ballot dumps, I've never heard ballot dumps. Oh, yeah, we found a stack of ballots. Did they ever go to Republicans? Anyway, listen, House Bill 1300. We're moving out of committee Tuesday. We're going fast. We're going hard. It's a great bill. Let me give you the cliff notes. Enhanced voter ID. Signature verification and two unique identifiers. Watermarks on the ballots. Public access to ballots post-election so every single one of you knows what the ballots are and can count them yourselves in every 67 counties of this Commonwealth. Mandated review of election issues by an independent attorney general. Observers can actually view the print of the ballot. You don't have to be across the room with binoculars to see what's happening. Verified list of actually who's eligible to vote pre-election and who actually voted in the election post-election. Vote list cleanup mandates. Can we at least not have dead people on our voter rolls, right? We're the first state, and I know Representative Russ Diamond is running around here. This is his idea. The first state to propose open source codes on all the voting machines. So the source codes will be open. The first state to propose a fully independent, extensive audit system for the election machines pre-election and the entire election process post-election. And for the love of God, no more Department of State guidance. They manipulated the system. They are done. We're moving on. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you. Suffice to say, stay tuned. Contact your state representative about House Bill 1300, and we'll watch, Hopefully things will move quickly here, as Representative Grove said, and we will see some improvements and some integrity reinfused into our election process. Thank you.
All right, on we go. I'd like to introduce to you Jonathan Williams, who is the Chief Economist and Vice President for the Center for State Fiscal Reform at the American Legislative Exchange Council, also known as ALEC, where he works with state policymakers, congressional leaders, and members of the private sector to develop fiscal policy solutions for the states. I particularly like the fact he's also a co-author with on Rich States, Poor States, at the Alec Laffer Economic State Competitive Index with two of my favorite Reagan economists, Dr. Art Laffer and also Steve Moore. So without further ado, Jonathan.
Well, good morning, everybody, and greetings from the land of make-believe, Washington, D.C., where I come from. As the great Ronald Reagan called it, and he put it, I think, perfectly, Washington is an island surrounded by reality. And so anytime I have a chance to be in reality, especially as you've taken back authority on behalf of the taxpayers of Pennsylvania this week, so give yourself a hand in the legislature for doing the right thing and giving a balance of power once again here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And my title today for this discussion is Federalism in the Age of Joe Biden. And I almost think that we got the title wrong. I want to amend that title briefly and say, I'm going to talk about today, unfortunately, the attack on federalism and the assault on federalism and the attempted destruction of federalism under the Joe Biden and the age of Joe Biden. And this is something that is certainly been talked about quite a few different ways here throughout the course of the last 24 hours in this conference. But let me say, when we look at the federal level, what is the common theme of the big government policies coming out of the progressive left-wing majorities in Congress today? You have the attempted federal takeover of elections in H.R. 1. You have the PRO Act and the attempted federal effort to, let's say, disallow any of the states that have become right-to-work states, one of the most important things a state can do to become more competitive. And then you have the so-called bailout of state and local government, something that we at ALEC had, over the last year, vigorously educated about to say, this is horrible policy to reward states that have done the wrong thing during COVID lockdowns and have high taxes and big government and overspent and put themselves into a debt problem and a debt crisis in New York and California, and even to some degree under Governor Wolf here in Pennsylvania. Why are we sending federal tax dollars to bail out those states and use tax dollars, by the way, from the states that value economic freedom and liberty, states like Texas and Florida, and so many others that we're going to talk about a little bit here today? So fast forward to March, President Biden signed into law that another $350 billion of your hard-earned money to go and backfill pension promises in high-tax states like New York and California. But you know what else they did, and this flew under the radar a little bit, was right at the 11th hour of that debate, Senator Chuck Schumer, Senator Joe Manchin put in an amendment that said, if you as a state take the federal money, and this is something we've worried about and we've warned about for quite some time, because in the words of the great economist Milton Friedman, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Anytime a dollar goes from Washington, D.C., they seek to control state and local governments and individuals with that money, of course. So what happened with Senator Manchin and Senator Schumer's amendment at the last hour? It was they said if states took the money, the federal bailout dollars, they could not directly or indirectly cut taxes with that money. Folks, we have an attempted federal takeover of states underway in the age of Joe Biden. And right now it is so important, because that is the common theme of a lot of these federal efforts right now, that we re-educate America on what actually federalism is. Because if you did a man on the street interview and you ask the average person, what is federalism? I think they would have the same reaction to members of Congress in the left-wing majority right now, which is federalism to them in Congress right now means let's have the federal government take over more. I think, folks, anybody here read the Bill of Rights to the Constitution, right? Well, I know we have some patriots in the audience today. What does the 10th Amendment say? The powers not directly given to the federal government nor reserved to the states ought to be reserved for the people, right, in the states, right? That is exactly what it meant. It was give powers back in state autonomy. And that gets to the core of what we do and what I do every day at ALEC. So the American Legislative Exchange Council, you had one of our fine members, Representative Seth Grove from our board of directors up here just recently, good friend. We are the nation's largest nonpartisan membership organization of state legislators who believe in three principles: free markets, limited government, and federalism. So for us, this is a big deal when it comes to preserving state autonomy. And it's not just for the sake of preserving some state authority and state government authority. It's the sake of protecting taxpayers and the sake of protecting individual liberty across the country. And folks, over the last year, we've seen this issue come home really close to here in Pennsylvania, of course, with Governor Wolf. Imagine for a moment, this may be a nightmare scenario, but let's imagine for a moment that America last year was governed by somebody like Tom Wolf. Right? Does that make you lose sleep at night a little bit just thinking about that? But if we did not allow the states to be these laboratories of democracy as our founders envisioned, we wouldn't have had different case studies to look at to say, well, guess what? Ron DeSantis in Florida never shut down his state's economy. He's actually looked to continue to have a free market approach and cut taxes. And we had the Florida example. And then, of course, we have the Andrew Cuomo and Phil Murphy and Tom Wolf and Gavin Newsom example on the other side. But guess what? When federalism is allowed to work, people win. Freedom wins, because what does the left hate most of all? Competition, right? And when their ideas are directly in competition with the ideas of limited government and free markets, guess which states are winning? So fast forward to our work at ALEC. So for instance, every year we put out the Rich States, Poor States report that I author with Arthur Laffer and Stephen Moore. We rank the states based on economic competitiveness. There's two models out there, folks, and when we allow those models to compete with each other, that's a very healthy thing for our American experiment. Could you look at the one model, the New York, the California, Pennsylvania to some extent model? That is Reagan's line: if it moves, tax it. If it keeps moving, regulate it. If it stops moving, subsidize it. That was the line of the big government states, right? But when you compare that with the states like Texas and Florida and Tennessee and states that value economic freedom, there is a massive difference in those business models, if you will. And every single year, Americans continue to vote with their feet and move away from the high-tax states and towards the states that value economic freedom. Just look at the census results. We've all seen this. Once out of every 10 years at least, Washington pays attention to the state legislative level, because guess what? They redraw their lines for Congress. And what we saw in this most recent result, and I definitely draw your attention to those numbers, because one thing that the mainstream media has really ignored is a couple of historical firsts. And one is, for the very first time in state history, the state of California is going to lose congressional representation. First time since 1850. And I figured this crowd would be happy about the fact that there won't be one more Nancy Pelosi roaming the halls of Congress, right? But why is that? Let's ask ourselves the question. Is it because California's weather is subpar? Is it because they lack technology companies? Is it because they lack movie-making ability? Right? Is it they have horrible beaches? No, it's none of those things. It's that they've ruined the state because of big government, high tax, high regulatory, and bad policy across the board. And they followed that warning of Ronald Reagan that we talked about in that business model, and they're now paying both the economic and the political price. Guess what, folks? When you have even tech companies, people like Elon Musk leaving California and going to Texas, they're not going for the weather. They're going for the better policies, and that's why federalism is so important that we allow this to work. When I talk to my non-political friends, and I talk about this, and I've written Rich States, Poor States for 14 years. I've traveled to the 50 states. I talk to a lot of people that are not into policy or politics. How do I describe it? We all know the corner on Main Street, USA, that has 2 gas stations. You have one gas station that charges $3.50 a gallon and one gas station that charges $2.95 a gallon. Which gas station do you go to? The one with higher prices or the one with lower prices? That's economics 101. And that's essentially what's going on across the country right now. You have a good number of states that their unemployment rate is 2.8% in 4 states, all governed by free market conservatives right now. New York's unemployment rate closer to 8.5%. You have a huge difference of philosophy in how states are governing themselves. And that, folks, is a healthy thing. And that is exactly what makes the left in Washington so nervous right now, is because they know when their progressive model of government is compared with the freedom model of government, they lose, just like the gas station that charges 55 cents a gallon more at Main Street, USA. Another way that we measure this is by ranking the governors and their approach over the last year, whether it was the lockdown measures that here you've fixed. My home state of Michigan, I understand there's legislation underway next week to take away the governor's unilateral authority in their Emergency Management Act as well. But we measure the 50 governors, and I encourage you to stop by our booth to get a copy of this governor's report and our Rich States, Poor States report, and we give them a letter grade, A through F. So let me quiz the audience here. I know you got a very attentive audience. How many people in this room think that Governor Tom Wolf received an A in our report of economic freedom? Any takers? Any takers? I don't see any hands. Okay, A, B, C, D, F. There you go. And Governor Tom Wolf gets a 1-star F rating in our report. There are governors, though, across the country with very different philosophies, the ones that actually have the records, the states that are actually attracting businesses and individuals. And folks, that is what's so important to continue that competition between states. So for instance, you think this is over the top per se to say that the federal government would come in and try to stop this competition? I've given those 3 examples with H.R. 1 and with the PRO Act and with the ban on state tax cuts. But if you think I'm kidding, this actual same discussion of protecting states, in this case nations, with high cost models and high taxes is happening right now. I don't know if you've seen the news, but Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen is supporting a proposal to have a minimum global tax on businesses of at least 15%, if not higher. Because what do they want to do by that? They want to protect nations in that case that have high taxes and harm nations like Ireland, for instance, that has the lowest, some of the lowest corporate taxes in the world. And guess what? So much of the manufacturing and so many of the jobs have gone to those countries like Ireland. I could foresee a scenario, folks, if we don't continue this fight on really educating on federalism and staying involved and watching what's happening and connecting the dots and seeing what this effort is all about at the federal level of determining the future of states, I could foresee a scenario where we say a state must have a minimum 5% income tax, right? Is it that far-fetched if we're going to do that at international scale to say that at the state level? So therefore, Texas and Tennessee and Florida and all of the states that value freedom and go without an income tax in those cases would be required to have one. That, for me, is something we ought to need to be very, very concerned about going forward. So let me just say, to end, our work is certainly needs to continue, and it's important that you all stay engaged. And it's important that we don't all, there's so much, I think, in D.C., being based there, it's so easy to pay so much attention to the flashy objects in Washington, and that's so important to pay attention to. But for us, and I think for all of us, we need to remember that our founders' idea was the big decisions, most of them, should not be made in Washington in a far-off central government in Washington, D.C. They should be made in the 50 laboratories of democracy, the 50 state capitals, the local levels of government that are more responsive to individuals. Because imagine what you just accomplished here in Pennsylvania and overturned King Tom's rule over the last year with the COVID lockdowns. Imagine if that was a national policy. What would be the recourse at that point? How much more difficult would that be to remove a tyrannical authority or a law at the national level, especially given that Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer run Congress right now. It'd be almost impossible. You can do it at the state level. You certainly can do it at the local level. So please stay engaged. Be involved with ALEC. Encourage your state legislators here in Pennsylvania to be involved with ALEC. We have some great members. We'd love to have more, but our fight for federalism and liberty must continue. There's a lot of work to be done. And I'll leave you with this, the great line of a great man, Winston Churchill. This is not the end, nor the beginning of the end, but the end of the beginning. Our fight is just beginning. We've got a long ways to go, but with your dedication and commitment, we'll get there. God bless. Thanks so much.
All right. Well, the very first thing before I introduce Congressman Meuser is to tell you that I have been informed there are 15 minutes left for you to vote in the straw poll. So if you have not done so, please do so. And as soon as I introduce him, I will be over there in the corner voting. So please, please join me. Our next speaker is, of course, our one of our favorite congressmen, Congressman Dan Meuser. He's been a conservative business leader who thankfully brings this experience as a proven job creator and dedicated public servant and proactive member of his community to Congress. He served as Pennsylvania's Secretary of Revenue in the Corbett administration, and in 2019, Dan was sworn in as a member of the 116th Congress representing Pennsylvania's 9th Congressional District. In the 116th Congress, he serves on the House Budget, Veterans Affairs, and Education and Labor Committees, and lives in good old Luzerne County. So without further ado, Congressman Meuser.
All right, this is a nice view. How's everybody doing this morning? I want to thank Jeffrey Lord. He's quite a legend here in Pennsylvania and nationwide. I think we certainly owe some thanks as well to Lowman Henry. Lowman's been putting this together for quite a while, and just a staunch voice of conservatism for Pennsylvania. That always helps. That helps us win over those who might have any doubts. And it's nice of us to keep in mind Fred Anton. I'm glad he was mentioned earlier. And of course, the first Fred Anton Award was offered earlier to John Gizzi, which is a very worthy recipient. So that's great. I fortunately, as I was telling my friend David Taylor a little earlier, Fred, for no particular reason, about 8 or 9, 10, 12 years ago, whatever it's been at this point, I don't know if he took me under his wing, but he was very kind to me for no good reason. And it was something that I certainly never forgot. And as tough a guy he was just a wonderfully kind person that had a lot to do with us all being here today. So, hey, I don't know if you heard the news since the morning papers, but I think you all know that Joe Biden's over in Cornwall, England today. Not Cornwall, Lebanon County, which I'm very fond of. So he's over in England. And there was a little bit of a matter that came up. Apparently, Joe Biden once again plagiarized a speech, and even the media picked it up, and it got creating quite a controversy. And his staff came to him and said, "Mr. Biden, you plagiarized a speech. What are we going to do about it?" And Joe Biden's answer was, "We've nothing to fear but fear itself." All right, I appreciate the laughter. Good. So, like you, I love my country, and I love Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is where America started. We all know that. But as importantly, Pennsylvania is where the greatest American potential exists and where the great American comeback will start. We all today here have that opportunity. Pennsylvania is where I had the great fortune of marrying my wife of 30 years, raising my family, giving back to my community, making it a little bit better all the time. I had the opportunity to help start and grow a small business into a large business up in Luzerne County. Makes wonderful products that we now ship worldwide. Here in Pennsylvania, I got to serve as the Secretary of Department of Revenue for 4 years. I see one of my former partner, my Deputy Secretary, Tom Armstrong, who wasn't just a deputy, was my partner, and a lot of great things that we did, and we truly did at Department of Revenue. Our goal was to transform Department of Revenue into a taxpayer advocacy organization as opposed to a collection organization, and really treat taxpayers like customers and drive faith in people. We said to our 2,000 employees, but by the time we left, it was 1,850, and our services went up. But we wanted people to have faith in their government, that we actually cared about them. I also got to serve after that on the Pennsylvania State System of Higher Education Board of Governors, which was a good experience and important. And now I have the honor of serving Pennsylvania's 9th District in the U.S. House of Representatives, and I feel all of Pennsylvania we have the opportunity to represent. But you know, as much as I love America and love Pennsylvania, like you, I don't necessarily like what's going on right now. I don't like much of what I'm seeing. Here in Pennsylvania, we have a governor that's authoritarian in his style of governing, right? He views himself not as a public servant, but as a public ruler. And we see that far too often. He makes decisions in isolation. That's how you make mistakes. And he seems never to be in doubt, but never right. And the idea of following the Andrew Cuomos of the world, as opposed to following the will of the people, really doesn't make sense to any of us, and the results speak for themselves. And frankly, the only science that they seem to follow is the political science that they probably wrote down themselves. But those are some generalities, right? I mean, the idea that we lived with the random closures of businesses based upon some new definition of life-sustaining, the tragedy that occurred throughout our nursing homes, right? The withholding of funds, which broke, by the way, state and federal laws of one of my counties, by the way, Lebanon County. Federal funds were withheld from Lebanon County. You know why? Because people like Russ Diamond and Representative Frank Ryan and others were standing up for the small businesses that they were closing. So, yes, thank you. And they won in court, by the way. It was a company by the name of Taste of Sicily. Make sure you stop there. It's some of the best Italian food in Pennsylvania. Also, the testing that took place. I won't get into the details here, but I know as a fact that the level of COVID testing rollout that took place, there was nearly $300 million withheld. And how this came to my attention was I had some friends, and not just friends, it was multiple times. People would go and try to get a test here in Pennsylvania. It would take 4, 5, 6 days just to get the test. And this was late in the game. And then to get the lab results took another 4, 5, 6 days. What good was the test in the first place? They had a quarantine for 12 days. Outrageous handling. And then, of course, we had riots. We had riots in Philadelphia. We had riots in Pittsburgh. We had very unpeaceful protests throughout my district. Maybe not violent, but unpeaceful. And I got to tell you, folks, I was in the Capitol on January 6th. And it was not a good day, right? There were a number of people there that were there to do nothing but create mayhem. But I'm going to tell you this. It was not a good day at all for those owners of businesses on Walnut Street throughout Philadelphia and in Pittsburgh when they got their stores destroyed. And I mean every one of them along Walnut Street. I went down and looked at it. And they had to stand there in fear for their lives as that was happening. And guess who had to clean it up? They did. When we had the issue at the Capitol, we all went back to our offices like prima donnas. The maintenance came in and cleaned everything up. So it was much more of a horror for those on Walnut Street in Philadelphia than it was at the Capitol. And I saw it firsthand, so I can tell you that. And where were they during all this? Where were they? They were marching with those who caused this mayhem a couple of days later. And when I say they, I mean much of the liberal left. I mean the governor's office, and I also mean our current Attorney General, Josh Shapiro. You know, where was Josh when all this was going on? And that's a question that we're going to be asking over the next couple of years as he seeks higher office. He's not going to be rewarded for his lack of leadership. And how about this election that we just dealt with? All right, we just had Seth Grove. I think he's laid out a great bill for what we got to fight for. But we dealt with an election where it's not arguable the level of inappropriate and irregular and unlawful and unconstitutional actions that took place by our Secretary of State, condoned by the governor's office, and not a word, once again, by the Attorney General. We're trying to resolve some of this, unfortunately, in future terms, but we can't allow these sort of things to happen again. Election integrity is as important as access to voting, and we must assure that it's one citizen, one registered voter, one vote. And we should never push back from that or be worried about that. So, and you know what? On the federal level, unfortunately, it's really no better. I mean, we've got a presidential administration. We've got the left wing of the Democrat Party. That left wing is flying the whole bird at this point, right? That their goal, sum up their goal is to deconstruct America into a big government, socialist, one-party state. That's their goal. They're focused on not growing our economy, but growing what they view as their family business, which is government. They are making us less competitive all along the way, not just against all other nations across the world, but particularly China, who is a serious adversarial threat to us on many fronts. They have absolutely no regard for the dignity of private sector work, or any work for that matter, for a job. A job is about a career. A job is about not just opportunity and potential, but it's where the American dream comes from. The left doesn't get that. The left thinks that their role is to provide, but mainly provide their oversight so there's continued power. These are things that we, as a party, as a people, as voters, need to keep in mind and make part of our everyday actions. They're dividing us. They're not uniting us. We all see that. We've got border issues, to say the least. I've been to the border twice. Of course, Kamala, Joe Biden, they don't need to go to the border, right? They don't want to see it. We've got national security issues, and our country has become weaker just over the last several months. There's also something known as H.R. 1, now becoming S1, right, which is a federal attempt to take over the elections, to remove all authority from the state legislators, where, according to Article 1, Section 4 of the U.S. Constitution, that's where election laws and times and dates and manners come from. Yet Nancy Pelosi and others think it's a wonderful idea that they can gain control of it. We have to weigh in, because the people still run this country, on assuring that that does not occur within the Biden administration, within the Democrats in the Senate, within Bob Casey, within anyone who is going to try to make it out to be something that it's not, because that's what liberalism is, right? It's a constant attempt to make something out to be what it is not. How else can you sell garbage other than making it out to be something that it is not? So, what do we do about it, right? What do we do about it? Well, you know, I feel there is something in all of us. I think there is something in all Americans that's been passed down from generation to generation, and that is very simply, when we get knocked down, we get up. When we get knocked down, how many times your parents told you that and their parents told them that? We get knocked down, we dust ourselves off, and we get up with a chip on our shoulder, and we work that much even harder. So the first thing that we've got to do is appreciate the fact that all politics is local. We have got to, everyone here is a participant in this. You are all connectors. You all are here because you are influencers in your community, in your county, throughout Pennsylvania. We've got to do everything we can to get all our local Republicans elected on the school boards, on the township supervisors, everybody local, your row officers as well. Second thing we have to do this year is we've got some great judge candidates. I think everybody's getting to know them well. We got Stacy, who's I think here. I think she's sitting outside at the GOP. There's Stacy. You're the best. We've got Megan. I think Megan's here. Megan Sullivan. We've got Drew Crompton, and of course Kevin Brobson that we heard last night. We can make the difference right here and in a few other groups. We can make the difference to put them in as judges. We all know how important the judges are at this point. Going into next year, right? First thing that we need to be focused on, in my view, is winning back the U.S. House of Representatives. Right? We are 5 seats away from holding the majority. 5 seats away from holding the majority. We win those seats, we take that gavel from Nancy Pelosi, and we take it forever. Nancy Pelosi will be gone. We'll be waving goodbye to Nancy Pelosi. We need to win this Senate seat. We know how important that is. Now, on the governor's seat. Wow, I went through my time pretty quick. With the right governor, Pennsylvania can be the next Texas. Now, what we have to do is, though, we have to model ourselves after the top 10 states, not the bottom 10 states, as this governor tends to do. We have got to focus on the private sector. Folks, I spent 25 years in business. We can help lead this effort. We've got to make Pennsylvania the most competitive place to do business. We first follow the models of Texas, Florida, Indiana, Georgia, Tennessee, South Carolina, the states that are beating us. We need to turn that around. We can turn that around in one term of a governor. We need a governor who will work with the agencies, manage the agencies. So our agencies, all under the governor's purview, work for the people, not against. Right? The winning states do this. The losing states don't. We're presently in the losing category. We did it at the Department of Revenue. Every agency can actually work for you. The great states do it. This can make a big difference. And we need a governor who's not an isolationist, who's inclusionary, that not only works with the people and for the people, but knows how to work with the General Assembly. Lay out a grand vision for Pennsylvania, lay out the plan, execute that plan aggressively, and deliver for you, and make us simply proud to be Pennsylvanians, so we know and are proud that we are part of the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We can do it. Now, in the words of someone who we miss, we do things right, we can start winning. We're going to win so much, you're going to get sick of winning. Remember that saying? And if I may borrow a phrase, it's time to make Pennsylvania proud again. Make Pennsylvania prosperous again. Right? Make Pennsylvania win again. And you know the last one. Let's make Pennsylvania great again. Thank you.
Exactly. Let me just say before I introduce our next guest, I've been asked if we could just sort of lower the ambient noise in the room and the chatter and all of this, because it's making it difficult for some people to hear. All right. Our next guest, let me start with Joe Watkins. He's the host of State Independence on Lighthouse TV. He's been blessed with an extraordinary life. He's had the opportunity to work in projects of Queens to an office inside the President George H.W. Bush White House. And I must say I have particular affection when I finally realized he's also been on CNN. And as with myself and Rick Santorum, we all collectively and individually drive CNN crazy. So he did a great job. And he is, of course, with our friend Jeff Coleman, who has for over 2 decades served hundreds of individuals and causes. He designs brand identities and communications plans, and he leads community-wide discussions. He is a former member of the Pennsylvania House of Representatives. So without further ado, let me introduce Joe and Jeff. Jeff also has a great first name.
Well, good morning. And first of all, let me just say what an honor it is for Joe and I to be here. Joe and I reconnected. I first saw Joe on the campaign trail. Many of you remember a few years ago when he made a run for lieutenant governor, but he also was defeated by Rick Santorum.
I was.
I saw Joe a few months ago, I guess a year ago now, preaching. As soon as COVID started, Joe is the pastor, has been for many years, of the oldest historically black Lutheran church in the city of Philadelphia. And instead of closing his church, he moved it online, and that's where I was scrolling through my feed one day, and I saw Joe Watkins preaching on a Sunday morning, and I said, isn't that the guy from MSNBC and CNN and CNBC who was the other guy, always the counterpoint, but doing it with grace and civility and dignity, but never compromising the conservative message? That was Joe Watkins. So I messaged him and I said, Joe, we're looking to find a host for a new show we're going to film out of Philadelphia called State of Independence. And would you be willing? He had never used Facebook Messenger before, and somehow he got the message to reply to me, and a half an hour later, that was a year ago, and we've now done 40 episodes of State of Independence. And if you visit joewatkins.org, you'll see people like John Gizzi and others that speak not to the day's political issues, but to the deeper moment of the challenges that we're facing. And it is such an honor, Joe, to every week be able to do the show with you.
The honor's mine, Jeff. The honor's mine.
Joe, I want to talk a little bit about a subject that is challenging to talk about. Our topic today is civility. And when many people hear that, they hear a lot of different things. They think, well, civility means you're what? You're weak?
You're weak. You're giving up. You're giving in to the other side.
And there's always, when you say civility, there's always another side to point to. Did you realize what happened last night? Did you see what Speaker Pelosi did? Did you know what they did to President Trump? And it's a litany of things. Here's the challenge, though. Here's the problem. And as Joe and I looked at this issue of civility, Pew says something fascinating. A lot of surveys, Pew does, pretty accurate. They say that 80% of conservatives identify as
Christian.
80%. A pretty remarkable statistic. What is the percent of atheists? 1%. So the Christian movement, the Christian, cultural Christian, and the church-attending Christian have found their home in the Republican Party and have found themselves largely in the Conservative Party. Here's the challenge. If Christians are in the public square, does that in any way change the way that the political debate is happening in America today? Should it? Does it? We talk a lot on State of Independence of the fruits of the Spirit. Love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, gentleness, self-control. So if we're flooding the marketplace with Christians, shouldn't our politics today be defined in a certain way? Joe, I want to ask you just a couple questions that I think people would be interested in. You worked for President George H.W. Bush. And you could look at the George H.W. Bush record in a lot of different ways, but the conservative record really does hold. And the era of conservatives that came out of him, he created
and I worked with Dan Quayle before that.
Dan Quayle.
U.S. Senator Dan Quayle before he became vice president.
Who we had on the show recently, yeah. What is your sense, because I don't think the policies have changed much.
No, they haven't.
We're still for lower taxes and smaller government and local control of schools. We're for individual responsibility. We're pro-life. We're pro-Second Amendment. We're all those things again. What is different from the era that you were working with when you worked for President Bush on the inside to today? And some people say, you know what, we weren't winning then. So why don't we scrap the civility thing?
We did win. I mean, I worked for U.S. Senator Dan Quayle in the early 1980s, and a good conservative, a good human being, happens to be a Christian. And
wasn't shy about it.
And wasn't shy about it.
Yeah.
He didn't wear it on a sleeve, but he wasn't shy about it. He really lived it. And we were talking about that on the show just a few weeks back. I was saying to him, what's your take on all this? And he said, I just wish we hadn't got to the point where everything's a red state or a blue state. He said, just let it be states and let people be people and let them vote the way they think it's right to vote. He said, but I don't like categorizing. That's what Dan said. That's what Dan Quayle said. And I thought about that. You know, I think to myself all the time, I'm a Christian guy. I'm a Christian person first, because I'm always mindful of where I'm going to end up, my final destination. You know, if my final destination was the ballot box with the voters, then I would tailor.
That's pretty depressing.
Yeah, it would be hard, depressing, right? I would, I suppose, try to tailor my responses to the voters.
Right.
But ultimately, like every person in this place, I've got an expiration date on me. We all have to leave here, every one of us, no matter who we are, no matter what our station in life is. And we all have to give account for our life to the Almighty, to God. And I know that that's the case. And so I was driving here today, and I didn't always know where I was going, but I knew where I wanted to end up. And I had my little Waze app on. Some of you who are up with modern technology, as I'm trying to be.
To avoid the police?
No. Not the speed traps.
You're the Christian, you know.
But I was trying to figure out, you know, how to weave through the streets to get here. And the Waze app was just so faithful in telling me, take a right here, make a left. In 2 miles, you'll get off here. And that's what God's word is. God's word is our Waze app. God's word is our...
I hear you, Joe. But I hear people out there who are saying, okay, but that's your Sunday life.
No. That's the whole point. The whole point is it's your everyday life. I mean, people would like to categorize it and say, well, you know, Christianity is something I do on Sunday between the hours of 11 and 1. But what Jesus says is that if you follow me, that's a 24/7 thing. And what are the rules? The rules are to love God with all of your heart, all of your mind, all of your soul, all of your strength. And that's more than a notion. That's serious. And then if you say you love me, then love the people around you like you love yourself.
But love doesn't win elections.
Well, it can. It can.
Okay.
It can if you're honest and you just tell the truth. If you're not afraid to admit sometimes you're wrong. If you're not afraid to be honest about your warts. Who here doesn't have warts? I mean, we all have warts. We all have shortcomings. We all make mistakes.
But that
Nobody's perfect.
Devil's advocate here, but that gives the other side an advantage. The more vulnerable you are, the more you admit your mistakes. If you have to say you're sorry, you're giving the enemy a direct mail piece. You're giving them a piece of yourself that they can twist and use, because you know what the other side does, Joe, right? I mean, that's what...
As long as you keep in mind who the enemy is, you know, as long as you know who the enemy is. You know, the enemy is Satan. The enemy is not other Americans, you know, not even Democrats. We may not agree with them, but they're not our enemies. They're other Americans like we are. What makes our country special? I've traveled around the world. I've been to Africa. I've been to Japan. I've been to all over Europe. I've been to the Middle East. And I've seen people in beautiful places, but there's no place like this place. This is a special place. God has put his hand on us. And in order for this place to be everything that I think God meant for it to be, when George Washington and the founding fathers of this country made this country, we've got to love each other. We've got to love each other. We have to never forget to stop loving each other. We've got to love each other, and we've got to treat each other like we want to be treated. Doesn't mean we can't disagree. It doesn't mean we can't disagree, that we can't have a different opinion. You know, you know, all of us in this room, we hold certain core beliefs, and that's okay. And everybody may not agree with them, but how you talk to people, how you treat people.
Well, let me give you an example. This last week, our friend John Stonestreet, who hosts Breakpoint commentary, took over at the Chuck Colson Center. Many of you are familiar with the work of Chuck Colson. He did a commentary with a professor who had a speech impediment, grew up with a speech impediment. And the professor said, I want you to run this commentary this week on Breakpoint. And here's how the commentary went. I'll give you a quick summary. It says, we disagree with President Biden on abortion, on the definition of the culture, and all of these things, right? But let me speak to you as someone who has a speech impediment. I have watched my brothers and sisters, my friends in the conservative movement, when the president missteps and speaks in a certain way, the memes come out and we feel that because Joe Biden is on the wrong side of the issues that relate to the dignity of the individual and the dignity of life, and we have different conclusions and all of that, that the sarcasm and the vitriol and the anger comes out. And then we say, but it wasn't as bad as what they did. And what happened, Stones, I was with John in Philadelphia this week, and he says, you would not believe the mail I got from Christians who said, how dare you give that man any dignity because he's slaughtering millions of babies and he's doing all that. How do you give him any dignity at all? What do you say to that, Joe, in this particular moment when we look at people and say, they don't deserve it. They don't deserve to be loved. Love, 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 Joe, but they don't deserve it because they're disqualified by their public policy and their political views.
So let me tell you about the heart of Christ. It's encapsulated in a story. There were a mob of people, a group of people, citizens, were going to stone somebody, a woman who had done something worthy of being stoned. And the mob was ready to put her to death. That was the way that you put people to death back then. I got hit by a stone once when I was a kid. A guy hit me with a rock and it hurt. So I can imagine being stoned to death. And the mob is ready to do its deed. And Jesus looks at them and he says, let he, or for that matter, she who is without sin, cast the first stone. And one by one, they put their rocks down. And he said, well, if they find no fault with you, neither do I. Go and sin no more. That's the heart of the one I follow. And that same heart is supposed to be in me. And it ought to be evident to people. And I don't mean that to say that we're weak, because we're not. It takes strength, especially in today's world and culture, to stand up and to say, I follow Jesus. Right. It takes strength to do that. But that's the heart that is supposed to be in us. So when we deal with people with whom we don't agree, when we're in this intense battle politically for the right, how we handle ourselves, what we say, and the way we say it matters to God, and He is our judge.
This room is filled with people who have been part of extraordinary political campaigns. Melissa Hart here in the front, I remember, wrote the first big check to my campaign for $500 as a 25-year-old right out of Liberty University. There was no reason she should have written that check. John Gizzi in the back, who's the political encyclopedia, being able to tie all of these stories together and say, we were here before, or remember 1960 or 64, we've been here before. It's context that they provide. What has lost, I think we have lost in this political culture, is more than I will not call and concede. I will not make the concession call in the case my lawyers can overturn an election. I'm not speaking about any particular, this has been happening for the last 10 or 15 years, the small dignities of a campaign. And we think, well, if we do it their way, if we adopt their style, the style that we say we despise, I think what we are in danger of is losing not just our sunniness and our optimism and our joy. We look pretty sour to some, but we lose the moral advantage of the arguments that we're making. When we say a child in the womb deserves dignity and respect by virtue of the fact that they are alive, and it doesn't matter if there's a heartbeat or they are out of the womb or they're in college, from conception to natural death, we believe they deserve dignity. We don't get to, as soon as they come out of the womb, turn on them and say, just because you're on social media making a dumb argument, we get a chance now to rip apart your humanity by using a little sarcasm, a little vitriol, a little rudeness, and a little meanness.
I loved what President Reagan would say over and over and over again. Now it's been 35, 40 years ago, but he would always talk about us, about this country as a city, a shining city on a hill. And that's a wonderful simile from God's word, where Jesus tells us that if His Spirit is in us, if we follow Him, we're supposed to be that light shining in the darkness, that city on the hill. We're supposed to be the salt of the earth. We're supposed to be what seasons this country and what seasons the earth by how we live and the way we live and by what we say, by how we say it. And I loved his attitude. I thought it was the right one. I thought that that sense that he had for us as a country, especially in light of who who God put us here to be for the rest of the world was right on point. I know our time is up.
Our time is up.
Time is up.
And I want to say this, just in closing. Please don't hear this as a lecture or an indictment. This is a conversation we have in ourselves every time we go on the air or have a guest on. The question is, are we communicating those fruits of the Spirit? Or is it coming out like, like a bad violin or an untuned piano? Do we come across so sour that nobody is hearing the words that we speak? So,
yeah.
Thank you all for having
Thank you.
us today.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Before I introduce our next speaker and our last speaker before lunch, I've been asked to say that those of you who have stuff in the exhibition hall, if you could get it out, because they are going to rearrange things in there, so everything that's in there needs to come out. So if those of you to whom that applies can do that, that would be great. Our next speaker before lunch is Dakota Wood. He served America for 2 decades in the United States Marine Corps, and he's currently a senior research fellow for defense programs at the Heritage Foundation. He graduated from the U.S. Naval Academy with a degree in oceanography. He's traveled the world. He was just telling me, I think, that he's been in some 50 countries. So he is just exactly the person we should have a chance to listen to here before we break for lunch. So without further ado, Dakota.
Thanks so much for having me here. I love visiting Pennsylvania. If y'all don't know, it was actually the birthplace of the Marine Corps, Philadelphia specifically. The Continental Congress said, hey, we need these guys, these Marines. Let's stand up an organization, designate somebody to do that. You need some rough and tumble folks. So where do you go to recruit people? You go to a bar, right? So Ton Tavern in Philadelphia, you set up a table, start making your pitch, and the fellow steps up, and I want to be a U.S. Marine, right? Signs the papers, and the guy says, sit over this bench, and we'll outfit you with a musket and all that good stuff. So he does that, and about 5 minutes later, another fellow signs up, same routine with him, goes sit down next to the other guy, and fellow number 2 sits down and turns to the fellow number 1 and says, hey, I just joined the Marine Corps. The old timer then says, these new guys, when I joined the Corps. And it's been that way ever since. So anyway, great to be in Pennsylvania. Thanks for having me. I know on the program it says America's role in the world. Clearly my portfolio is defense issues. And so what I'm going to try to do for you is connect your military and its current status with America's position in the world and why that matters to us here at home. So you've had a great program for 2 days now. You've talked about school choice. You've talked about the business climate, values, individual liberty, the freedom we enjoy here in America, quality of life, access to opportunity, all of that stuff that makes America what it is. And why is that the case today? It's because over the years we've been able to fend off opponents, right? Enemies, dangers, threats to the United States. And we've been able to cultivate friends around the world. So if we want economic opportunity and job growth and wealth, freedoms, et cetera, back here in Pennsylvania, you've got to have a global market, right? A global environment in which you can operate. We want to sell goods and services abroad. We want trade relationships with people. We want to do business with other countries that have the same values, rule of law appreciation, all those sorts of things. More other countries on our team than on the team of our opponent, right? So there are countries out there like Iran, China, Russia, who would rather see a subservient, submissive United States, so that they are able to corner and impose their authoritarian ideologies on the world instead of having the United States really be the beacon of hope and freedom, right? And why are they not able to do that to a greater extent? It's because you've got a military that's out there doing its thing. So America's role in the world is led by trade, it's led by diplomacy, it's led by Americans getting out there and spreading the good word, seeing the opportunities and what America represents back here in the U.S. But when it comes down to it, if somebody decides to make a move, you've got to have a military that's able to get out there and do what it needs to do. And I hate to say this before lunch, but the American military is in some pretty dire straits. So we track this on a daily basis. We write an annual report called the Index of U.S. Military Strength, and we try to make accessible to the general public all the little details and crazy things that go on in the Pentagon and the halls of Congress as it relates to military power. So when the Cold War ended 30 years ago, no enemies in the world, right? Peace and happiness. We had the happy decade of the 90s. So we just started slashing things. You used to have an army that had 770,000 troops and the active component back in 1989, 1990. Today, less than 480,000. Used to have a Navy that was about 570 ships or so. Today, your Navy is less than 300. Air Force numbers and Marine Corps numbers similarly degraded. The Air Force flies an aerial tanker, refueler, average age 60 years old. American fighter aircraft like F-15s, F-16s, those of you who are familiar with the military community, that'll mean something. The average age of an American fighter aircraft is 30 years old. The Marine Corps is using an amphibious vehicle that was first procured in the 1970s. Minuteman III, ICBMs, the big nuclear missiles, nuclear-tipped missiles and silos, first acquired in 1972. And yet we have debates about whether things need to be modernized. Meanwhile, Russia inventing all kinds of new gear, heavily investing in submarines and nuclear technologies. Iran wants to be a nuclear power, right? During the Obama administration, and now with the Biden administration, trying to enable them to actually achieve nuclear breakout capability. What do you think the fate of Israel is if Iran becomes a nuclear state, right? China, you've seen the predatory behavior of China and that whole part of the world. So if you want a U.S. military that can go out and do things, the state of that military today enables it to marshal global sourcing. I mean, bring everything that would be relevant to a single fight to go to a single place in the world, nothing left over. The U.S. Air Force has only a sufficient number of combat-coded aircraft. Those are airplanes that have the software and the mechanical abilities and all those sorts of things, and a trained pilot that can go in harm's way, only enough aircraft for one major battle. So if you have to commit to help out the Taiwanese, if you have to commit to help out the Israelis, or the Baltic countries, Estonia, Lithuania, right, up in that part of the world, you can only really go one place, and it leaves all our other global interests in harm's way. So when we talk about defense budgets, the Biden administration is talking about, in real dollars, the biggest ever, and all those sorts of things. And it's absolute nonsense. They don't account for inflation. So the increase in military spending in this upcoming budget is a bit more, but it's still a 0.5 percentage point behind the rate of inflation. So if you vote in a pay increase for the troops, which has happened, the only way you can actually pay your folks is to lower the number of people that you're paying because of inflation and the increased costs of manpower. Right now, the Navy is saying in its major modernization programs, of the big three things that we were wanting to buy, you have to pick one. It's either going to be a nuclear-powered attack submarine, it's going to be a new frigate, or it's going to be a particular missile system. Right? So those are the kinds of choices we're having to make. On the Marine Corps side, the commandant of the Marine Corps has said, if truly China is the biggest national security threat to the United States and to our economic interests and to the friends and allies we've got, where the economic center of gravity has moved globally, and that being the Indo-Pacific area, then we need to figure out how we get American military power into that region if you had to support a country like South Korea against North Korea, the interests of Japan, the Philippines, Vietnam, any of these other countries. Right now, China is so bristling with modern hardware that you can't get naval power close. So how does the Marine Corps help that? Let's put small teams with anti-ship missiles on these small islands where you can really pose a multitude of threats to your adversary and make them think twice about doing something potentially disastrous. So to do that, in a fixed budget box, I'm not going to get any more money. The money that you're giving me has less purchasing power. The cost of people is increasing. I'm going to have to shed 6,000 Marines, and we're going to have to get rid of things that aren't immediately relevant to this sort of fight. Now, I know this sounds like a lot of detail, but it's relevant because it stands as a metaphor for the status of the entire military. So the Marine Corps has gotten rid of tanks. Anybody see that in the newspapers? How in the world does the Marine Corps go to war in a big desert environment or other places where tanks would be very useful? Well, they can't very well. They would have to look at the Army for that kind of support. But they're having to make such tough choices because of 30 years of use, 30 years of decline, 30 years of problematic budgets, and a constant operational environment for the last 20 years, right? Response to 9/11, 2003 we get involved in Iraq and stay there until 2011, just now pulling out of Afghanistan. So equipment is worn out, munitions have been used up, people are ever more expensive for a variety of reasons, so the Marine Corps, as an example, is having to get rid of certain sets of capabilities. So there is a domino effect to that, right? If something occurs in Europe or in the Middle East or someplace, and you have to use everything that you've got, you deploy the Marine Corps, they then have to turn to the Army, which is similarly reducing, and say, I need some of your combat capabilities. Why, as a country, and especially under the Obama and the Biden administrations, would we purposefully get ourselves into that kind of situation? During the Trump administration, committed to real growth in the defense budgets, we were actually regaining readiness. Things were getting better, and all that now is going to be lost. The Army has said that it cannot keep up training its brigade combat teams, the big chunks of military power that they would deploy in various parts of the world. So since they can't do big unit sorts of things to have ready forces, they're going to focus on the smaller units that make those big units up. Well, that's fine if I can take a company, send them to the range, and everybody fires their rifles. But when I have to aggregate those things into bigger command structures to go out and do big war sorts of things, we don't have the training regimen to be able to do that. On the Air Force side, they're graduating just about every person that goes through flight school. So you have to stop and think. If you graduated everybody, either your standards are so low or the people you're bringing in are so good that everybody is going to master all the skills. And yet the flight hours that each pilot flies each year have gotten so low that during the Cold War they would not have been operationally deployable. In other words, you can't fly your plane well enough in all the areas that you would need to be able to operate it for us to put you into harm's way in the European theater, you know, where you had NATO versus the Warsaw Pact. So this is the state of affairs we've got, which means that those who are serving their country are just angels, right? I mean, you know, we are working them to death, doing the things with the equipment that they have to secure America's freedoms back here at home and make sure that we're an influence and a force for good out in the world, right? So our men and women in the military are doing amazing things, which brings me back, I'm sure, to an issue near and dear to all your hearts, that when we introduce divisive ideologies like critical race theory into the military, and you tell a bunch of soldiers or airmen sitting around the tables that they should be eyeing each other based on the color of their skin, their religious background, their ethnicity, you know, where they came from, do you think that builds team cohesion? And yet this is what the Biden administration is doing. So it's politically appointed people who go in as Secretary of the Air Force or Secretary of the Army or the Secretary of Defense, and they tell the uniformed military, which always salutes, right? Civilian control. We don't want a military that refuses orders. That's a bad day. And so they're going to try to implement as best they can the things that the political hierarchy is telling them to do. So these things like critical race theory, which you've seen introduced in school systems across the country and into the workplace, are inherently divisive. So while the rest of the world on the enemy side or the adversary side continues to improve, spend money, field new equipment, the U.S. military is dealing with old equipment that's been worn out. They're having to deal with internal domestic issues that are being introduced to the force. And it's not helpful then when our friends and allies similarly are not spending and fielding the kinds of capabilities. So we always want to go to war if we have to, right, with allies. Right now, the British military as a whole, the Royal Air Force, the Royal Navy, the British Army, Royal Marines, is smaller than the United States Marine Corps alone. They've got 17 surface combatant ships. Germany, West Germany during during the Cold War had somewhere around 5,000 tanks in inventory. Today, the combined Germany has fewer than 300. Japan spends barely 1% of its gross domestic product on its military, and it's very inward self-defense sort of focused. So what I'm trying to paint a picture is we've got a great thing here in the United States. We want to protect that. We want to grow. We want people to have quality of life and all the freedoms and liberties that we've enjoyed since our founding, because it's just a magically special place. The only way we can do that is to make sure that hazards and dangers abroad don't cut us off from the rest of the world, or certainly don't come here at home. And yet we have domestic problems and all this division that the progressive left is trying to impose on American society. Fortunately, we're seeing armies of moms, right, taking on their school boards and people rising up in opposition to that. Absolutely crucial to win the domestic battle back here at home. But abroad, you have to have a military. So when you hear some elected official in this administration talking about we're in good shape and that somehow zeros and ones and cyber and artificial intelligence and directed energy and robots are going to compensate for a force that is half to two-thirds the size of what we needed the last time we were in a global scrum, they're lying through their teeth. Every other department in the federal government has received, on average, a 16% increase in spending for this upcoming budget cycle, 16%. On the military side, 1.8, half a percentage point less than inflation itself. So I know it's not other than that, Mrs. Lincoln, how was the play, right? I know it's not a great message prior to additional networking and finishing out with some great lunchtime speakers, but I feel my role and Heritage wants to make sure that we get truth out to the American public, let you know the state of affairs, so as you work through your own networks and talk to your own elected officials, and you really rise up a chorus from Pennsylvania at the national level, we know what we're talking about and what's really at stake here in the next sets of elections, both in the midterms and the upcoming presidential in 2024. So I'll hang around for a while. I'm add 0 zeros on the clock here and stand between you and a lunch, which is always a dangerous position. But thanks for having me.
Thank you, Dakota. That was great. Okay, two things, housekeeping things. One, again, I'm asked to ask if anybody who has things in the exhibit room can get it out. And then secondly, if all of us can vamoose from the ballroom and carry our conversations out in the hall, because the Radisson staff needs the space and time to get this room fixed for lunch. And we will report back here at noon to hear Jason Chaffetz. Thank you.